escape that fact. Whether we like it or not, humans are biased, and so that AI is eating bias for breakfast. That's what we're feeding it with. It's eating bias for breakfast. And so this does risk being really problematic, because if you're scaling a business using biased data, you are scaling that bias as well. And here's why I think it matters. So for me, this is one of the most uncomfortable parts, but also the most exciting parts. The startup businesses being built today are going to be the unicorn businesses of tomorrow. They're going to be the Metas and Twitters. I can't say X, I'm sorry. The Twitters of the world. So this is this amazing, amazing opportunity in terms of who's going to be running the businesses of the future, because tech is so synonymous in our society with big business. They're kind of inescapably intertwined. And so that's another sort of, that's a really urgent reason why you need women represented in this. And there is a much more positive opportunity here. So rather than sort of me focusing on the negatives, there is this amazing opportunity. If you put more women in leadership up the top, you will start attracting more female consumers, and also more female leaders attract more female candidates applying to work in your companies. And it becomes this virtuous cycle or virtuous circle where the more women you bring in, the better it gets. Because we've also seen that multiple studies show that more women at the top brings more profitability. So there is actually a sort of good commercial reason for doing this. But as I say, it can be this amazing cycle of, if you start putting women in leadership at the top, they will build with everybody in mind. They'll build with women in mind. And that starts opening things up commercially. So if we don't do this, we really are leaving money on the table. If you don't build products with women in mind, as well as men in mind, you're leaving money on the table. So for me, part of my own passion is I really care about having diversity in this space. I really care about women feeling included, or everybody of like every aspect of identity being represented and included. But even if you set aside our emotions about this, or any kind of moral obligation to do this, there is this massive commercial opportunity. There are diversity dollars to be made. Seriously, think about how many men own crypto versus women owning crypto, and therefore what the biggest growth category might be. There is such a big opportunity to speak to more women, and so by bringing more women working in this space, that's where you can start achieving it. So this is where it's going to turn into like a to-do list, so I want to see notebooks coming out for this part. But how do we bring more female leaders into this space to make this happen? I think there's a big job to be done on de-risking careers in Web3. Crypto has such a it does have this really negative reputation outside of the bubble of people in this room, people in our wider sphere. Crypto is a dirty word, Web3 is a dirty word. And so we need to be de-risking careers in this space, because women are a little bit more risk averse, whether that's by nature or by nurture. Are we trained to be risk averse? Regardless of why we're taking fewer risks, we are taking fewer risks, and so we need to be given a more compelling reason to come into this space and start working in it full time. So we need to be getting away from the pure number go up sides of crypto and tokens, because women and people more broadly need to see the longevity of this space. Otherwise, it's a massive turn-off. If they can't see the long-term possibility of how they could go and build their career, build products that have a sort of positive impact on the world, if they see things as purely number go up, that's a lot less compelling as a reason to get into it. Secondly, making it work for parents. And so obviously being a woman is not synonymous with being a parent, but the two things go hand in hand when you talk about long-termism and careers in Web3, or careers generally. Again, there's a job to be done on making it work for parents, because I think crypto especially does, well, Web3 generally does have an always-on culture. We are decentralized groups of people working from anywhere and everywhere. There's this amazing flexibility to some extent, but there's definitely an always-on culture as well. And I see that as being incompatible with parenting, because if crypto never sleeps, well, I know there's the phrase sleeping like a baby, but that's a total misnomer. So it's, at the moment, those things I see as fundamentally incompatible. So you have to be building a company culture that works for everybody, because if you start making it work for women, making it work for mums, for parents, that does start working for everybody. For me, there isn't a downside of building a culture that people are proud to be part of. And thirdly, the more you do to spotlight female talent, the better. You will start attracting more women, more female candidates. I hear every day from recruiters that they struggle to get, they'll be getting anywhere from sort of 1% to 5% female applicants for working in their, whether it's at crypto exchanges, anything blockchain-based. There's so few women applying. So I do recognize that it's hard. It's not, which is why I'm trying to give you the here's how to actually make it happen. But if you spotlight female talent, women can start seeing themselves represented in who works at your company. And especially if it's at leadership level, they can start to see, okay, that could be a route for me. It's the whole principle, if you can see it, you can be it. And so you should be putting, if you've got women at any level of your business, you should be putting them forward for awards, putting them forward for speaking opportunities. Anything you can do to spotlight that talent will attract more women to your business. And then they will also be attracting more female consumers as a result. And so following on from that, to bring more female consumers more generally, breaking down jargon is so needed, and it's something that I really get on my high horse about why we need to break down jargon. But we really do have a tendency in our little Web3 bubble to use all these acronyms that people outside of our bubble don't understand. People don't know what DAOs are, they don't know, what when Lambo means, or anything to do with kind of, tokens, NFT, crypto. It can be a massive turn-off. And certainly, we're hearing from women that they find it overwhelming. And so whatever you can do to start breaking down the jargon and start talking in terms of use cases. What is the actual value of what your product brings? Not just using other Web3 terms to define that. Like, what actual benefit is there in people's lives? Because otherwise, they're not going to adopt it. Secondly, question the default. What assumptions are you making about your customer? Because actually, a lot of the time, without meaning to, we are building products for other men. So whatever you can do to kind of take yourself outside of yourself and really get into who are we building for, and should it be for everybody? I personally feel that technology should be in the hands of everybody. If we're talking about this internet that could benefit everybody, then surely we should really be bringing everybody on that journey. And finally, as I say, it's this virtuous circle, virtuous cycle. If you bring more female leaders in, that will start having a trickle-down effect on bringing in more female consumers and more diversity dollars for you guys as well, which is amazing. Because it's time to build a more equitable internet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. That was a really inspiring talk and lots for us to come away with, for sure. So now we're going to have a sit down and talk about what it means to be human in Web3. So if I could just welcome the panels to the stage, that would be brilliant. Feel free to take a seat wherever you like.
Just bring it on stage, right? Did you? Let me just put it here.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Is it okay if I sit here?
Yeah, of course. We've got a bit of a...
There's space here.
Okay. I can move down? Or?
Well, right. Thanks so much, everyone,
Welcome
for being
to
here.
Women in Web3, actually.
Yeah, here I am. Let's get into it.
So it's a real pleasure to sit down with you all. I think it might be good to start with some intros. So if everyone could just give a quick intro and the project or a company that they're involved with, that would be brilliant. Alexandra, do you want to start?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for letting us be here. So my name is Alex. I'm the founder and CEO of Thrilled Labs. You might have seen our empty booth right there, just because we still have to set everything up. Fundamentally, what we're doing is that we've built a free and open access business solution for everyone who's professionally involved with the Web3 space. So perhaps you are a founder, perhaps you're a professional investor, perhaps you are deaf, perhaps you are a freelance lawyer in the space. It doesn't matter. You're welcome to join our platform. That is, again, free and open access, and it also works as an official networking solution during events. And you can almost consider it a bit as the Tinder for the Web3 space, really, but then, of course, ethical and transparent. And my background, for the rest, is in the social sciences mostly. Thank you.
Thanks, Alexandra. Erica?
Hi, good morning, or GM. I'm Erica Wixneed. I now run the Adidas Three Stripe Studios, which is focused on Web3 gaming and on-chain experiences for the world's most iconic brand. So that's my front hustle.
Amazing. GM, everyone. My name's Ashton, also Cashton.eth on all the socials and things. Really happy to be here today. Thanks so much, Human, for putting on this great event. I run Zebu Live. It's a Web3 conference based in London that happens annually, just happened last month. It's going to be happening again next October, and part of Flight 3 is the marketing agency focused on Web3 that runs the conference. So I've been working there for a few years now. That's what I do.
Bom dia, my name is Yara. I wear many hats. I will say that this is the first time that I will introduce myself as a founder. I'm working on a LMS for crypto, so we can all have a hub where we can learn, not only people to be on board, but also for professionals to expand their knowledge.
Bom dia. I know you just heard from me, but I'm the founder of Women of Web3, and so we have sort of things like learning resources, job opportunities in Web3, and then in-person connections at events.
Perfect. Well, Lauren, actually, I think it'd be great to start with a question around why is it important that we're having these conversations now in the nascent stages of Web3 about what it means to be human and the definition of human, within the space? Why now?
Why now? I think, without meaning to hark back to my own keynote too much, I think it's important because we are still early. I know it's a phrase that gets bandied around a lot and it's starting to lose its meaning, but we genuinely are still early in this space. When you look at how many people, again, outside of our bubble, that actually understand what these products are and what's going on, there is this massive opportunity that we are still at the very small stages, and so anything that we do now to get things right will be scaled.
So in terms of kind of democratizing the space in, events like this, with, we've got Human Protocol, we've got Newconomics. Maybe, Ashton, you could tell us a little bit about the work that you do and how you ensure that, people are coming to events who are interested and who are able to. What kind of concrete things are you putting in place so that we can make it as welcoming as possible?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think it's obvious I'm the only man on this panel, but it's important, I think, that I'm potentially here because it opens up the diversity of perspective. And I think what I try to focus on when I run Zebu Live and other events is welcoming in the right community partners, the right leaders, the right types of people that can then invite their own network. So that's a mix of Web2 brands, it's a mix of women leaders, African-American leaders, people from different underserved communities, and the different types of people that you might not necessarily think about, you have a bias around. So I'm trying to think about what types of people are on these panels and how can I open it up to the right leaders from different kinds of backgrounds. So I think it's just important of really focusing on who's going to be the best fit for this possible panel or this possible partnership or whatever, and just making sure that you're open to them inviting their own community, to bringing their types of people into your event or into your community, and really just opening up and being open to what people might want to bring onto it. For example, obviously, Lauren runs Women of Web3, and she mentioned that obviously there was an all-male panel at our conference, Zebu Live, and I thought, oh wow, I didn't even notice, because the potential bias that I have towards not even noticing these things. So how can I create more opportunities for women to be on panels, for women to be in events, and just making sure that I'm open to change, and open to seeing that perspective.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So Yara, I know that you are involved in quite a lot of kind of grassroots organizations, like the Decentralized Opportunity Hub and some hackathon events. And I wondered, what kinds of things do those grassroots organizations play in bringing new people into the space, but just driving interest and openness?
I believe in the importance on opening the game for everyone and bring communities they are historically like left behind, and to bring the opportunities for people that wants to be involved and that wants to participate, but they don't know how. We were having this conversation yesterday about how 40% of the speakers of the Web Summit were women this year. At the same time, and I believe Lauren knows this, it's like women are receiving less than 3%, 2% of the VC funding that is around. So it goes beyond bringing, like minorities and communities to the stage. It's actually to send funds, especially within women, where it has been proven that there are many studies that every dollar given to a woman is stretched longer than given funding to men, because we are just not used to have it, and we are naturally homemakers that have to administrate on a better way. So bringing grassroots communities, it creates a different environment that it brings diversity, and with that diversity, we can actually create products that are not just created for minorities, but they are democratizing the space.
Yeah. So Erica, with Three Stripes Studio and Adidas, that was something, a decentralized company within a kind of very centralized organization.
Yeah.
What role did kind of diversity and inclusion play in the building of that?
Yeah. I think what I can contribute to this conversation is let's take the business lens. You've all heard of Facebook, Amazon, who are the other FANG companies? Apple, Netflix, Google. The billionaires, the reason Bezos has 2 yachts, one for him to ride on and one for his toys, is because he built a business on Web 2. It is good for business to build decentralized, interoperable ways that you can distribute your products. You could share human capital and labor, and you could share those costs with possibly community. It's also really good for business to be efficient, more efficient than the way we've been built to date. It's much easier to scale when there's efficient ways to have composability or interoperability, which really doesn't exist in a lot of the way we've built Web 2. And then, quite frankly and fundamentally, if you're trying to sell something, if you're in the audience right now and you're an agency or you're trying to pitch an app, let me just tell you where corporate's focused. Corporate is focused on women. It's because the 27-year-old female right now commands 85% of the purchasing power. So if you want to be in business next year at this conference hanging out and having drinks with me at the bar, you better make sure that your business strategy is focusing on women and focusing especially on Gen Z girls, because that's what all of us in corporate America and corporate institutions, I mean, Adidas is a German company, that's where we're focused on. So I think it's imperative that this isn't just a conversation about how can we get women in the game. It is imperative that you pivot your strategies and you make products and make sure that she has a voice in the room, because she talks different, she acts different, she operates differently because the way that she lives her life, the way that she communicates, the way that she is connecting with other people around how she's getting awareness of new products she wants to buy, how she's determining what jobs and companies she wants to go work for next is different than how it was built in Web 2. And so that's why I think we're in a pivot, because it's good business, number one, because we want to make money and we want to put up the quarterly results to be able to stay in business. And number two, we have to make sure her voice is in the room. And so things that we're doing within Three Stripes Studios in our hiring, and I will say this, we are 50-50 male-female split. 50-50. And I do have someone who wants to be a non-binary individual. They actually show up to my meetings as an avatar. I don't really know what to call that yet, but like I'm at the forefront figuring that out. So we're also now beyond inclusivity. We're like into the next frontier, and I'm super open to that. So that's one. Number two, I spend more money and I've allocated more money upfront for training and upskilling. And I make it a priority in HR and in the people team that they also need to help in the education and upskilling of broader Adidas. So it's not just my job to make sure that I'm hiring at parity inside my team. It's the broader job that I'm doing education and training and bringing people along the Web3 journey to kind of pique people's interest and bring them in interesting ways so that it's not just something that we're hiding in a bubble in this little studio in a dark corner. It's something that the company is getting to learn about and getting to upskill as we're learning on this journey. So investing is the second one. I've also made sure, and I have a 5-month-old baby, and I'm here with my nanny, and after this panel, I'm gonna go pump my boobs and give my baby breast milk. And so, another thing that I'm doing is only working with people who know that it costs more money to bring me to things like this, because now you need a flight for my nanny, and I need a second hotel room, and I wanna say the team that put this event on didn't even blink to those asks. So it takes that kind of responsibility and accountability if you're going to attract Adidas to want to be a partner of yours in the future, because we are a female-led NFT project, like the Alts by Adidas. We are a female-led business unit. I have my own P&L. I can dictate where we're going to be spending the money and who we're not going to be spending the money with. And so I make it a mandate to make sure I also partner with like-minded organizations and people. So there's my monologue. I just want to make sure I get it out there. But I think that's the way I can contribute to this. It's business critical, and I'll just make sure that's the mission. It's business critical to be inclusive in Web3.
Thank you, Erica. So you mentioned you were talking about, kind of partnerships and choosing the right partners. I'd be interested, Alex, your organization seems to really be around community. What kinds of, hesitancies or maybe encouragements do people need to kind of be more involved in this space?
Oh, wow. This is, of course, a super, obviously, very big discourse, right? So maybe it's important to mention that fundamentally, I believe, yes, we're all in the space, right, to grow businesses, to make money, fiat or crypto, and to really grow, right? Beyond Web3, we want to change, really, the world. But fundamentally, as we all know, we're also here because we want to seek other synergies, right? We want to find amazing partnerships. We want to merge communities. As you said, maybe people are looking for jobs in this space. And what I see, and that is, potentially also that really touches our platform, is that there's huge access barriers, not only in terms of getting more women involved globally, right? There are so many other access barriers as well. Where you live, as we all know, is so important for having the right connections in this space, for even joining this space. What I see personally, I mean, I'm not, so to say, living maybe very, very far from, Europe, where the events are happening. I've been to a couple of events already in the last month or so, but I'm basically based in Italy, right, in the hills, and already that is like a small access barrier for me. It was at least to join the space a couple of years ago. And then imagine one of our interns, I mean, one of them is based in Turkey, one of them is based in South Korea, someone else is based in Nigeria, and we all are facing different challenges, right? In terms of financial resources, in terms of, do we know the right VCs? Perhaps we have a project that we want to build. And really looking at those access barriers and making sure that it doesn't really matter who you know in the space is, for me, incredibly important. Just because right now, if you have access to that accelerator, if you have access to that VC that you met at that event last week in Zurich, right? It very much determines your chances for success. And that is something that I personally really want to change by bringing everyone together in the Web3 space globally in an ethical and transparent way. And when I say, when I talk about ethics and transparency, it's probably important to mention that our platform, and I must say that honestly, it is built on the Web2 stack fundamentally. And yes, that has its disadvantages in the sense, we're not fully decentralized at this point. No, not at all. We're a small team. We're fully centralized, I should say, though we are distributed. But I don't think that is necessarily the problem right here. It's just with, political systems. One thing to have is a democracy or a liberal democracy. It's all about governance. Are you actually running your company in an ethical manner? Yes or not? And I don't have necessarily a problem with Web2 per se. We also see the big companies here being present. But it's all about what are you doing with people's data? Are you selling it? Yes or no? Do you put, again, access barriers for allowing people to join your platform? Yes or no? And those are just a couple of things that I wanted to add. Of course, yes, we care also about female inclusion, right? I also face the same challenges that have been already noted here in terms of raising, in terms of sometimes people joining our booth, we're speaking for half an hour and then they're asking, yeah, can we speak with the CEO?
Yeah.
And then I say, yeah, that's me. And maybe there is a little bit of a bias somewhere. The last thing that might be interesting to note is that I think there is also a really big role for everyone in the space too, and that also is, in my opinion, it really means to be human, to be self-reflective, right? I was in Barcelona last week at the European Blockchain Convention. There was a lovely panel of VCs, and one of the VCs 3 times in 1 minute said, we fund guys who do this, this, and this. And I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose, but it's like one of these implicit biases that we all have as humans, because none of us are perfect, right? We're all imperfect, but we can be more self-reflective. And I think these types of conversations really help in that regard, yeah. End of my monologue.
I love your point about being self-reflective, and hopefully, we'll be able to all take some time after this event and, reflect. But I think, one of the big access barriers that I feel is going to keep coming up over the next few days is language and jargon. So I'd be interested to know from, any of the panelists, like, what do you think we need to do to break down some of that linguistic barrier and maybe concepts that at the moment are just impenetrable?
I guess I can start. I mean, obviously, with an event, with a conference, there's going to be lots of jargon fundamentally involved in people's conversations and the panels and the different talks that they're having. And so, what we do on the side of the marketing front, at least, is to try to break down a lot of those jargons and try to think about what are different ways that we can open it up to different types of people. Stop using things like gaming, GameFi, this, that, but it's really about telling stories and showcasing real use cases and success stories that will actually help people understand, I'm taking this and how am I applying it to my business and what I'm building, and things like Jason's conversation earlier, resilience conversation, that's really important to be having. And I don't think I heard a buzzword really in that whole conversation, and that just goes to show, like, these types of lessons and stories can then be taken and applied to the Web3 space, to events, to your own business. I think it's really about opening up and also being intentional about that, thinking about what are my potential barriers to different types of people. For example, bringing in childcare to a conference, to an event, could open it up to so many different types of people that have children, that have a family, that can't necessarily make time for events like this. So I think it's about being intentional about who am I creating barriers for, and how do I break that down with time investment, energy investment, but also money. How do we put aside some money to invest into those types of people being more accessible to our conference, to our business, for example. Yeah.
I really like that. I was going to say, it's been so good hearing these very honest conversations and that the vulnerability that you were mentioning. I think this is just so fundamental in terms of how do we move things forward successfully, is having even honest conversations about, you and me were talking in the elevator this morning about having to both pump milk. And Ashton, the fact that you've even spoken on stage about that I approached you saying, oh, there's an all-male panel, I think we need to address that, and the fact that you sort of take it on the chin and say, okay, let's improve that. And I think this is so important to be recognizing this stuff and saying, okay, how can we do better? How can we include more people? And it's by having these really honest conversations where it's not a sort of pointing the finger of blame. It's saying, how can we do better for everybody?
One thing that I've instilled in our team is I'm the curious optimist, and I'm really comfortable being like, I don't get it. I don't get it. You have to re-explain it to me. What does this mean? And I think the more senior you are in the room, this used to happen to me when I worked agency side, the more senior you kind of speak last. Isn't that kind of a thing that's been accepted in business? It was like, let the younger people go first, and then you work with the senior people, like synthesizes what they heard, and then they say what's going to be the direction. I actually flipped that funnel completely on its head, and I go first. I'm like, look, you talked about X, Y, Z, don't fully get it. Can you break these concepts down a bit more? Or I do the thing where it's, hey, here's what I heard you say. Is this what you're meaning or not? And also what I think we need as like a common filter to help break down the jargon is just talking in use cases. Because let me tell you what happens in the C-suite, right? Bringing it back to business. My CEO, my CFO, my CHRO, my CMO, you know how I communicate with them? They don't look at slides. Their strategy head offices do. They text. So if you can't communicate a complex idea in a text, you will not penetrate the board, full stop. And I make sure that I ask those questions in a simple way, not just to teach everybody how to speak simply in my room, but to make it comfortable to ask the stupid questions, because you wanna know what also I get in the board? Stupid questions. And so I'm ready for the stupid questions because we've already practiced dumbing it down in a super simple way for the 55-plus-year-old white executive who's got the kids at home, which is his only experience with NFTs as gaming, is secondary through their firsthand experience. So you can steal that. Ask the questions, flip it back to them and say, hey, did you mean it like this? And then check yourself. If you can text it in a super simple concept that grandma's gonna get and the five-year-old's gonna get, or the fifth grader, you will be ready for the board and you will be able to sell anyone on what you're trying to bring in.
Well, I think that's a very proactive note to end on.
Yeah.
So thank you so much to all of you for coming today. I really enjoyed the conversation, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Cheers.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
If you guys want to go off that way.
Okay, I'll just grab
Oh
my
yeah,
mic.
sure.
What do you want us? Do you want us this way?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So that was a brilliant session. I hope you all enjoyed it. We were going to take a little bit of a break here, but don't go too far because we'll be hearing from Alex Greenacre of Consensus and Tim Haldorson from Lunar Strategy. So thanks so much for your listening, and we'll see you very shortly. everyone. Welcome back after our quick break. Hopefully you had a coffee or refueled a little bit, because now we've got Alex from Consensus, who's going to be giving a brilliant keynote. So thank you so much, Alex.
All right. How's everybody doing? Good? Having a good time? Cool. Let's get going. So my name is Alex. I work for Consensus. Consensus is best known for MetaMask, the wallet, but we also have several other products, and Consensus is the original Ethereum company. I'll be talking today about how builders can co-create success in Web3 together with us. So in the next 15 minutes, I want to walk you through a journey of everything that's new with Consensus as a company and our product stack, how things have evolved, especially in the last year. And I also want to walk you through what kind of programs we have in place in order to support companies and builders. Builder is really the central persona in our company when it comes to Web3. So let's go on a journey together. We look at the market in terms of money crypto and tech crypto. And I feel a little bit of a bull market coming up. I think everybody here in the room is excited about that. So it's difficult to talk bad about money crypto, but money crypto is really about the ups and downs, the investments, the bull and bear markets, and essentially making more out of your investments. Now, when we talk about tech crypto, that's really about building and projects and bringing blockchain technologies into exciting use cases. We're all trying to build a fairer internet. We're trying to build an internet of value and one that's driven by community. And Consensus is very much occupied with the tech crypto component. And there's a flywheel that you see within tech crypto. And the flywheel looks as follows. You have users that come into our space, and we try to attract more and more users who use blockchain and Web3 specific products. And as you provide solutions and infrastructure for these users to come into Web3, such as wallets, for example, that allows them to access products, you attract more companies that are building solutions in the space. And the more offer and solutions there are, the more users you attract, and that perpetuates forward. And thus you have a flywheel effect. And this is how we look about our strategy. And in the past, the very central ethos of Consensus has always been, how can we build the best infrastructure, software infrastructure for Web3 to build with? So just 2 years ago, our product stack would look like something like this here behind. You have MetaMask, our wallet. You have Infura, which is an RPC node that lets solutions access different blockchains. But then there's also a bunch of products that we sunsetted. Quorum, for example, is private permission blockchains. If you want to have closed consortium of players around blockchains. We had Codify, which is a bunch of primitives around launching tokens and such use cases. And we had Truffle, which is a development environment for smart contracts. Our thinking and our ethos this summer shifted a lot towards how can we co-create success together with our ecosystem. And that's a radically different notion to think about doing business in a way. We want to attract builders to come and participate in Web3 together with us, rather than just providing infrastructure for them that they can use. And so if you look at our product stack in 2023, it's much more slimmed down, and you also see a lot of new products and a lot of openings that companies can participate and become co-creators. So we have Linea, for example, our own ZK EVM layer 2 chain that launched this summer. We have MetaMask Snaps and SDK, which I'll talk about in a second. And these OG products that you saw in the previous slide, Infura and Diligence, they're still around as enablers. And I want to take the next 5 minutes or so to just walk you through everything that's new and that you can work with now in the future. it's important to be able to customize things. You've seen this 15 years ago with the App Store. You've recently probably seen it with ChatGPT, where they announced their new launch of GPTs. MetaMask has a logic where third-party solutions and companies can essentially build small programs that attach to MetaMask and become part of the stack. And this is quite exciting because for the first time it opens up the MetaMask wallet to the outside developer world and to builders like yourselves. What kind of use cases do we see? For example, interoperability. We see that Ethereum-focused wallet like MetaMask is now able to accept Bitcoin or be able to store Bitcoin. So there's snaps for that. Same for Solana, other blockchains. There's security. For example, snaps that warn you if you interact with fishy smart contracts or fishy dApps and you connect with. And there's a lot of other use cases around privacy, identity, and different chains that you can check out. And this is how Snaps looks from an inside perspective. So it is live. We have about 40 different solutions that are already published and live. You can access it through our website and essentially start individualizing your MetaMask wallet already today. And the key takeaway is that for the first time, external builders can now become part of our stack. And I would like to invite everybody here to visit the MetaMask website and check out if that might also apply to you. Then secondly, we recently announced the launch of the MetaMask SDK, which is a simple way to add Web3 magic to almost every digital product. So it's a library that you can integrate into your product in order to allow access through the wallet. And the cool thing is that, of course, if we build an internet that's based on blockchain logic, wallets should be the access point for many more products that we see out there. So it shouldn't just be dApps that you can access through wallets, but wallets should almost become the new browsers. And we want to make that happen by making it very easy. So in this animation that you see here, you have a ticket website. And the ticket website integrates the SDK, and the user would see something like this, where there's an QR code that you can essentially connect with your phone. And if you purchase a ticket, it lands in your website, in your wallet as an NFT, and you're able to go to the event that you've chosen, completely outside of the logic and the realm of Web 2. And we want to invite more builders out there, also in adjacent categories. Think about gaming, think about tickets and so on, to add a Web3 logic, and we'll make that possible with the SDK. And success is really when we see that this access point, like the wallet as an access point, pops up everywhere in all these different places. Like when I see a wallet as an access point in World of Warcraft, for example, then I know we've succeeded. And speaking of success, we have 100 days of Linea, of our ZK EVM chain, behind us. Linea is our roll-up, our layer 2 ZK EVM roll-up. And what's important is we launched it in July, and in the 3 months leading up to today, there's already been more than 160 dApps that successfully deployed onto the chain. As a colleague of mine says, any chain is only as good as the projects and the companies that build on it. So we're very happy about that progress and that kind of trust from the ecosystem. And what's cool about Linea is it has all of the advantages that ZK technology provides. It's fast, it's cheaper, it's more scalable, but it's also completely integrated with the rest of the consensus product stack. So by deploying your dApp onto Linea, you automatically tap into the 30 million or so monthly active users that MetaMask holds. It's fully integrated with Infura as a node provider. So essentially, you now see how you get kind of like all of the synergy effects that our ecosystem stack has created in one go. And we want to invite builders in the space to deploy on Linea and become co-creators there as well, to be able to access all these users and make use of that potential. Now, there's some enabling technology for builders as well. I'm not going to go too far into that, but we have Infura as a node as a service offering that helps you to access more than 10 different blockchains with your dApp. Infura is free to use. Anybody can sign up and make an account and essentially get going with it. We also have a product that is not often talked about, but is equally relevant and important, which is diligence fuzzing, which lets you audit or look for vulnerabilities in smart contract code that you can get going with. And of course, you now ask, how can I become a co-creator with all these different products that I've seen so far and become involved? And this is the second part of the presentation, and the main message that I want to pass on to you today is we've created let's say, series of programs by the name of Builder's Path. And the idea is that young companies, blockchain companies, are very much the focus of our entire industry. So all of the solutions that you build are important for perpetuating and creating that new internet. And we want to be able to support these companies from idea stage all the way up to unicorn. And we realize that a company at idea stage, at hackathon stage, and then at like an advanced stage has radically different needs. And Builder's Path is sort of the structure behind helping each company, no matter where they are, at these specific points. It starts with our developer experience activities. So we're organizing hackathons, we're giving out grants. There are a lot of initiatives that are focused on individual developers and those who have ideas for companies. Then this summer we just launched the fellowship program. And the fellowship is really focused on the next iteration. So early stage teams that are kicking off, finding product market fit, and working on their business. It's a 3-month program that is open to anybody to apply and that kicks off every quarter. After companies are done with that fellowship, or when they're a little bit more advanced, they can join the Scale program. And Scale program is the program that I handle. It's a 12-month building journey that lets companies access all of the products that we talked about today, plus a lot of support and other benefits. So it's meant as an all-access pass to the world of consensus. Here's a quick overview of how that looks. We have startup enablement sessions, both by internal and external people. We provide access points to all of the products that we talked about with technical consulting, with dedicated account management. There are ecosystem and partner benefits from the likes of Tencent and AWS. We help on the marketing side, and we also provide try to provide funding opportunities for startups. And we want to close today to say everybody here is really invited to co-create Web3 together with us. We would love you to participate on this journey in whichever program you feel you belong. Yeah, we would love to extend an invitation for people here at the conference. You can join the program by linking this QR code and essentially applying through the template. The fellowship program is also available through the website. If you want to get in touch with me and stay updated, I have a few ways to do that here today. So thanks for your attention and have a great rest of your conference.
Thank you so much for that, Alex. Next up, we want to, of course, acknowledge the fact that we are in Lisbon and learn a little bit more about the Web3 space in Lisbon. So we've actually got Tim Haldorsson from Luna Strategy, who will be talking all about building and growing Web3 in Portugal. So Tim, if you want to come to the stage. Thank you.
All right. Let me see. All right, so today we're going to talk about the growing Web3 in Portugal. So let's see if we can get the slides coming up here. All right, so we're going to start with talking about localization in Web3 and how a lot of Web3 hubs and communities are building and growing locally. Then we're going to talk about how to take an idea to market. And that will be based on what we have seen in Web3 is that too many bad ideas actually get funded too much instead of having a proper business behind them. And then we're going to go into ICP as one of the protocols that are launching a local hub here in Portugal to accelerate adoption. And that's the main point here is that Web3 adoption will happen when you improve the life of everyday people. So a little bit about myself. I'm the hub lead for ICP in Portugal. I've been in crypto now since 2016, and I write for CoinDesk, Cointelegraph, CryptoSlate, and different publications about how you can grow and how you can build Web3 projects. So the vision of Web3 needs to come back to a place where it's focused on actually delivering value to the people that are using it. So what our vision here is to make it scalable, make it scalable, and so that you can have great projects that are launching. And ICP is one of the top layer 1 blockchains that are like scalable and easy to work with. And our mission here is to take Web3 fully on-chain. Most Web3 protocols are relying on Amazon Web Servers and more centralized servers, while ICP is one of the ones that are fully on-chain. So to drive local adoption in a country, one of the main challenges has been that developers are building for years and years relying on grants. So they are funded by grants and not having a sustainable business model or different revenue sources or actually having a business behind them. So what you have seen is that a lot of teams have spent millions and millions of ideas that actually doesn't work. So our solution here is to create so-called local hubs that are in different key crypto regions with the goal of taking the ecosystem together. So we have the developers, we have the entrepreneurs, we have the content creators and the VCs in one room, and where we can actually fund ideas that can take the Web3 forward. So the mission of each hub is to find good ideas, find the developers, have the entrepreneurs that can actually take the ideas and connect them with the investors and the content creators. Because being in crypto now I actually recently checked my Calendly and I talked with about 1,000 crypto projects. A lot of them are developers, and when you speak with developers, they might have a very good idea, but do you know if they actually can make a business out of it? Is it something that the marketplace needs? Is it something that the community actually wants? So that's where you need entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs have the mission and the goal of taking ideas, building a business case around it, finding the right partners, and then growing it and scaling it. So you need to connect the full circle, and then with the content creators, which is the marketeers, the PR managers that actually tell the story and drive the narrative to take an idea through the whole funnel to the market. So in Portugal here, what we are doing with this hub is that we are going to start with the ideation and validation. Because out of 1,000 ideas, maybe it's a few that actually has some validity and can actually come and launch as a project. So the first step that we are going to start with is idea funds, which is basically different sessions where founders and developers can come and pitch ideas. Afterwards, we will have a team of people that can filtered through bad ideas and dumb ideas. And I'm happy to say if it's a bad idea, it's a bad idea. We should not move forward with this one. And then when we have an idea, then we need to validate it and also mentorship, because a lot of Web3 entrepreneurs and developers are first-time founders, and they maybe not have the skills to understand if we can actually build a business around it. So when we have found a few good ideas that could actually build a project or build a business around, then we need to go into development and incubation. So at the incubation stage, it's like hackathons that can run for like five days, where we can take an idea to launch an MVP. And then we also will have product market fit sessions and boot camps, all combined to take the idea to having the first MVP that somebody can test, and then to see is this something that actually works or something that somebody needs. When we have gotten through that stage of building MVPs and building ideas that can actually go to market, that's where we go into launch and growth. So here in Portugal, we're going to have the ICP hub that will be here to support projects that have come through the first steps. And we're going to connect them with VCs, give out grants to great projects that are looking for marketing support. We're also going to give out, we're also going to have pitching days for investors, where, investors, where we can connect investors with great projects that actually have a solid business model, business case, and an idea to go to market. Also next year in Q1, we're also going to launch an accelerator, which is focused on, it will be bringing together minds from different parts of the ecosystem to have weekly strategy sessions, and where we can actually accelerate an idea over a 6 to 10 weeks period to where they are ready to go to market. And we're also going to give out certain grants to great projects that are building on the ICP. So what types of projects are actually launching at the moment? We talk about use cases all the time, but the main 4 areas of projects that are launching at the moment is enterprise cloud. It's different Web 2 projects that are looking to integrate the blockchain, but not just having it on Amazon or on a centralized server, but they actually want to have it built on top of the blockchain. So that's why ICP and the internet computer. Gaming is also one of the main areas where we see a lot of promising projects coming up in. People in the gaming space are actually trying to and are starting to figure out business models instead of just relying on different Ponzinomics or business models. So gaming is one area that is growing the strongest. DeFi, different tokenized assets that they're bringing on chain so that you can add liquidity to new markets. That's also one area that we are looking for great projects to accelerate and grow in. And NFTs. We talk a lot about, recently there's been some talks about like NFTs are just like JPEGs on an Amazon cloud. On ICP, they're actually fully on-chain in the canisters on the ICP. So what we are doing here is that we are taking Web3 one step further and have it fully on-chain in a way that is cost-effective and possible to do. ICP at the moment have also taken the steps to integrate different blockchains into the ICP and the internet computer. So recently, the ICP nodes can speak with the Bitcoin nodes, so you can transact with Bitcoin fully on-chain. Same with Ethereum, where you can, where soon you will be able to transact with the Ethereum ecosystem directly on the internet computer. And we are moving towards the blockchain singularity, where the blockchains are connected with ICP as the core. And then we can go on to other reasons why ICP is a good blockchain to grow, but today we will instead focus on the mission here in Portugal to actually accelerate Web3 adoption is to start with finding good ideas, filtering out the good ideas, then taking them through the incubation and the acceleration so that we can actually take an idea, build an MVP, test it out. Does people like this? Do people want it? Connect it with the entrepreneurs then that can take a good idea, build a business case around it, build a business model, find the VCs, and actually take the product to the market. And at the last part of it, it's where the content creators and the storytellers comes in, where we will support the best projects with marketing, storytelling, and the content creation so that you can actually drive Web3 adoption. So that was what we are doing here in Portugal. So if there's any partners that are looking to launch on the ICP, ecosystem partners, feel free to reach out. Here we have our Telegram account and our X account if you want to give us a follow. And together we can build a strong ecosystem here in Portugal. Thank you.
So much for your patience. I hope you're having a fabulous day so far and making some time to make some new connections as well. So actually on the stage next we have a panel discussion led by Michaela from Binance, who will be your moderator until lunchtime. All right, thanks so much.
Okay, so I have to go up here.
Working
Let's
now?
connect.
Oh, yeah.
Let's connect soon.
No
Can
worries.
you hear me well? Yeah, great. Hi everyone, Michaela here from Binance. I will be your moderator for today, and I would like to call my fellow panelist. Great. Sarah?
I'm not sure what.
Excellent.
Shall I be? Okay.
Great. Hope you all are having a great day so far. It's going to be one of the best panels, a controversial one for sure. And before we start, I would like the panelists to introduce a little bit about themselves, what they do, and yeah, pretty much their mission and vision.
So, can you hear me? Can you hear me? So, hello everyone. My name is Sarah Hall. I'm a regulatory lawyer. I specialize in DAOs, Web3, and all things crypto. I've been practicing law for more years than I'd like to say. My practice very much focuses on Bermuda, Cayman Islands, and British Virgin Islands law. And the reason for that is all of those jurisdictions are very open to blockchain-based businesses, to DAOs, and to supporting innovation. So that's me in a nutshell.
Hi, I'm Richard Welsh. I run Decent Partners, which is an organization that bridges off-chain, real-world kind of companies and on-chain collectives. And we're building infrastructure and services and tools that are going to enable creators, so traditional Web2 creators, to collaborate with their fans, and also potentially sponsors, and create more closer alignment between them in terms of creating novel projects, creative projects, and sort of sharing value more equitably between the group, and creating more adventurous and more experimental ideas.
Is mine working? Okay.
Hi, my name is Arthur. I'm the co-founder of Non-Fungible Agency. I come from an events background. I was organizing one of the biggest events in the world when it comes to NFTs. And now, basically, I'm helping other events to grow and scale.
Thank you. My name is Andreas Schem. I'm Ecosystem and Operations Director at Human Protocol. Hopefully you know what Human Protocol is, because you're here. But otherwise, we'll talk about that more tomorrow. And I'm very happy to join this very cool panel.
Hi, my name is Tim, and I'm the CEO of a crypto marketing firm. We work with various projects, and I've been now in the crypto space since 2017 and helped, I think, closer to 150 projects launch and do various growth campaigns.
Thank you. Thank you for those incredible introductions. Lastly, before we start, my name is Michaela. I lead the institutional business unit at Binance. We are the arm in Binance that caters to VIB clients, VCs, family offices, prop trading firms, etc. Today, we are going to quite discuss a topic that has been the center of attention in the last few months, and that's how can we leave Western culture behind in order to solve global challenges. So I would like to start with Sarah. Perhaps you can give us your view more on law enforcement. How are we leaving behind that Western-centric vision, and where are we going?
So I think what we've certainly seen in the past 15 years is the power that before used to be concentrated in a number of institutions and corporations has been fragmented across different communities. And I think part of that is social media has really empowered people, and people can find each other much more easily online, and then they can get together and form really vibrant and really powerful communities. And I think that certainly when I was first practicing law, there was no internet, right? So no one could find each other, or it was a very clumsy way. I guess what we've seen is many successful communities have organized themselves through DAOs, and my firm, Walkers, for example, helped make a DAO sort of 7 years ago. We also act for a number of very powerful DAOs. So I think that's what we've seen. We've seen people saying, right, we can form our own organizations. We can democratize decision making. It doesn't have to be concentrated in the hands of a number of big players. So that's my answer to your question.
Thank you, Sarah. Perhaps, Richard, your point of view?
I've been an idiotic contributor to DAOs for the last 4 years, probably, and have mostly as a way of kind of understanding the incentives as they play out. And as Sarah says, you end up with these amazing systems that aggregate people from all walks of life, all backgrounds, all parts of the world into these sort of novel systems, but it's still people. And there's the sort of joke that DAOs stand for decentralized autonomous organizations. Actually, what it's turning out to be is dudes arguing online. And so that's the kind of the token-based incentives that have currently been created. I think there are a number of problems that DAOs have right now. And I think we're almost at this sort of first sort of baby step stage of what these new organizations do and what they look like. The kind of amazing thing is there's been this, well, amazing or terrifying, depending on your perspective, the amount of capital that's been deployed and is now kind of stuck in these organizations. So I think the sort of maturing of the space will be trying to figure out with these groups of people in these organizations how they work together in a more collaborative and more kind of positive sum way, rather than it just being these giant honeypots of money that everyone sort of arrives at and tries to spend. And that's, I think if you can get to that point, that's when you'll end up with more exciting opportunities for people around the world that are not just tied to existing sort of platforms and Western and opportunities.
Arthur, where's your view more on business development now?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
what is your view on leaving behind those Western-centric practices on business development specifically?
So my background, like, I've lived in East Timor. Like, I've lived in a small island where it's a completely different reality than where we are from. I've spent a lot of time in Africa, for example, and like the average salary there, it's $100 for a doctor. The average salary for a common person is like $20. The minimum salary is $10. And the cost of living can reach sometimes 7 to 8 times more than what they're actually making. So this is not sustainable for them, right? This is hyperinflation, you know, very clear happening. And a use case like cryptocurrency or Bitcoin here can have a lot of positive impact. Why? Because they much rather hold their savings in Bitcoin than in a currency that is hyperinflating, because even if it decreases 60 to 70%, it's still a better bet. With like sometimes 30 to 40 years of savings, these people can't even afford a bicycle. So this is where I think decentralized currencies come in. This is where I think Bitcoin is quite interesting. I mean, you see countries like Cuba, for example, exchanges like Binance and Coinbase, you can't even create an account there because it's not allowed. So decentralized peer-to-peer trading really becomes alive here, and people get creative. You know, they start Telegram groups where they're directly buying and selling crypto. And to me, this is like a true use case of decentralized currencies being used. And I'm really happy that Bitcoin, you know, people are taking advantage of it and not afraid of it.
Thank you for that. And Tim, in terms of marketing, is there any framework that you particularly like to execute to create such an inclusive vision of both Eastern and Western cultures, not only when you're working with clients, but also in your day-to-day basis?
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually perfect, because what you just said is what we are trying to solve, right? We are decentralized projects, so we are democratizing access to work, to opportunity, and we believe that the community, no matter where they are, should have a say. So if we look at the signups that we have, they are very Asia, Africa, South America heavy, because they are vibrant countries looking for opportunity. And that is, I think, the beauty, what you can provide in a decentralized system. You can provide that for the unbanked. A wallet creation is a lot easier than getting a bank account. And by people getting opportunity to complete work, to complete tasks, to contribute, and then be rewarded and even participate in things like governance and things like DAOs, can shape the future. And I think that's an absolute beauty, and that is 100% what we are here for.
Excellent, excellent. Sarah, anything that you think that it will be critical or a catalyzer for more substantial progress for that inclusion moving forwards? Or let's say it better, how do you think those challenges, which challenges are quite aggressive in this topic, and which things are not allowing us to advance?
So the theme that's come through very much post the FTX debacle is that there is no universal standard of regulation. So a lot of clients don't want to be regulated, or they're not quite ready to be regulated. But a number of clients, you know, are funded because there is some prospect of the clients at some point being regulated. But what is really holding back progress is the lack of certainty around regulation. I say lack of certainty. I guess in the US, the theme that comes through is there's a huge amount of certainty on the enforcement side. So the regulation effectively is not in place, and it's very atomized, right? So in the US, you have lots of different regulators with their own turf, and that doesn't create any regulatory certainty at all. However, you then get the US prosecutor going after, like, Coinbase, for example, and the SEC is gone after Coinbase. And that creates certainty of enforcement, but without the regulatory basis. So we do see a lot of clients, they want to innovate, they want to be successful, they've got fantastic products, but the lack of a certain regulatory playing field means that they don't have certainty that if they set up in one jurisdiction, that they can really thrive and grow. So many clients have wanted to be in the UK, for example. They wanted to have their business based in the UK, but they've just found that the lack of a coherent government policy has meant that they don't feel comfortable enough committing a lot of resource. So we act for Coinbase, and we've successfully obtained licenses for Coinbase in Bermuda. And the reason for that is because the government has had regulatory certainty and a variety of different licenses for the last 7 years. So people feel comfortable committing capital and resources and expertise to that jurisdiction because they feel the government, is truly in partnership with them. And I think for many clients, they're essentially running a global business, and they want to do the right thing, but they're just concerned that if they operate, in a particular jurisdiction, the lack of certain solid regulatory basis is not helpful.
Thank you for that. I do think our time is almost up, so I would like to know if we have more time or if we have to wrap up. I think there are quite a few interesting topics to discuss. Do we still have more time? Yeah? Do we still have a little bit more time? Great, great. So perhaps, again, Arthur, you want to give your views on the major challenges that needs to be overcome to move forward? Both of you, Arthur and Richard. Which would you like to start?
Well, just going on what Sarah said, and actually what was said before, I think so far the promise of Bitcoin and Ethereum and the different cryptocurrencies has been a kind of a way of potentially creating a parallel system, potentially creating opportunity where there wasn't before. I think the story of protecting wealth from inflation is a great one and obviously is very valuable to certain people. I think the jury is still out on whether these cryptocurrencies are designed to create wealth. I think other than speculation on the blockchains creating sort of actual jobs, actual utility that is different to just more financial speculation. And there's definitely a dystopian world that we're sort of wandering into, which is where you create incredibly focused financial engineering that also ties to an existing attention economy. And ultimately you onboard people into what is effectively a giant casino. Like, that's just the thing that exists right now. And so the thing that I think still needs to be addressed is, can you create a currency? Can you create something where people's contributions are recognized, where you have something of a kind of store of value, but actually accruing values of the people who are contributing to it, rather than just being a sort of mathematically, sort of engineeringly kind of focused protocol. And I think right now, even at this conference called Human, I think there's a huge amount of the development so far has been very engineering centric, very financially centric, and very little of it has been built out from a humanistic proposition. And I think that's the sort of next phase, is whether it's a reset or a sidestep. I think that's the real challenge.
Well, on my side, I agree with Richard, but I think, most often than not, we're always so concerned with problems in the first world. And what I really love about Human is that they're bringing awareness to the problems in more emerging countries, in more emerging economies. And there's so much that DeFi can actually solve. Talk about, for example, micro economies where farmers having access to DeFi can become much more autonomous, can really grow their businesses where prior hand they wouldn't be able to. And I'm really, I really appreciate the efforts that Human does, because most of us, the big companies, are just concerned in what's happening here, but there's so much more than here. There's a whole world out there. So
to agree with that, and it's also what we're here for, and actually one of the reasons why we are here at Newconomics. It's a play on new economies, right? And that is why we said we want to be a protocol. We want to enable other people to build their own economies. And just today I've spoken with people from South America, from Asia, who said like, I want to build something, and humans' tech stack can be leveraged to help them build. So if we can help anyone to save money or save development time or just tap into an ecosystem, then we're very happy with that, because this is literally our agenda. We want to enable people to build projects on top of human, using human, to help other humans achieve whatever they are thinking of.
You couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time is up. We do need to wrap up, but thank you all for your views. I do think we will be around, so if anyone wants to connect with us after the panel, please do. Thank you so much, and yeah, thank you. See you next time.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that panel talk and you've taken away some things to reflect on over the next few days. So next we have a keynote speech from Oleg Fomenko, who is the co-founder of Sweatcoin, and he'll be telling us all about how blockchain helps to build new human-centric economies. Thanks, Oleg.
Hey, guys. Wow. Building new economies. Actually, you know, the reason why I'm here is because when we started talking to the team, I see James over there, I've spoken to Alex earlier. There aren't that many projects and there aren't that many founding teams that are thinking not about building the product or a category, but they are thinking about building whole new economies. And this is the parallel, this is the type of thinking that really, really triggers me, because I think with Web3 and advent of blockchain, we do have ability to create new economy. And I am definitely going to be talking about us, but you can actually take this as an inspiration and think about other actions and other valuable things that humans can do to create an economy around that. So, we started very, very long time in 2014, and our business was called Sweatcoin, and confusingly, we couldn't build it on blockchain. We wanted to, but back then there was only Bitcoin in existence, and it was too slow, too expensive, too cumbersome to build on, and we realized we couldn't. In 2015, we had a conversation with Vitalik Buterin, who was making a tour of the world talking about this upcoming new project that actually wasn't even called Ethereum back then. And he was mobbed by these huge crowds of like 15 people who would show up. So we had a number of conversations with him, and we were really excited about Ethereum, but we realized in 2015 it was too early. So we went live with the name Sweatcoin, and with a mission to make the world more physically active in 2014. In 2015, we were hoping that we would hop onto a chain that undoubtedly will come very, very soon after Ethereum. But it took absolutely forever. Every year, we would look at Web3 space, well, it wasn't called Web3, at the blockchain and crypto space, and we would analyze all the new chains that were coming online, and we were not finding anything that would be fast enough and robust enough, because we ended up with our proposition, It Pays to Walk, attracting millions and millions of users worldwide very, very quickly. And on 12th of September last year, we launched finally our token called Sweat, which is effectively a tokenized physical activity. And the reason why we're really excited about it is because from the very first day, we were thinking about ourselves not as an app, not as a product, or not even as a creation of a new category. We were always talking about it in the context of creating a new economy. And we're going to get into that now. But before we get into the economy, I want to share a grudge. The most frequently asked question that I get pretty much on every meeting, oh, isn't sweat is like STEPN? And then the next question is, isn't move to earn dead? I don't know if anybody here has got the same question, so I'll try to answer it. Basically, yes, move to earn is definitely dead. If you look at market capitalization of STEPN, it's down 92%, StepUp minus 82%, Genopets 92%, and us not terribly far behind at 52%. So, you can conclude that the whole move to earn and therefore economy around that must be dead. But if you actually look at the whole crypto, you can also draw a conclusion that at minus 55% against all-time high market capitalization, crypto is dead as well, or not. Our bet, and I think that bet of everybody here, is not that it's dead, but it is just way too early. And we're having massive volatility that soon will be just a blip on a graph that will look completely different. And let me give you an example of how it is likely to look. I think being an attempting student of history, I really do believe that we in Web3 and crypto have to take lessons and inspiration from the way internet was coming about. And if we look at that graph, in green is crypto, blue is effectively internet index. You would see that there are a lot of similarities between what is happening with us and what is happening with the internet. And if we are comparing these graphs, in development of the internet companies, we would now be roughly in 2002. Note, 2002 is before Google was born. It is before Facebook started. It is very, very early days. The rules are not yet set. The winners are not yet announced and definitely not clear. And the playbook is definitely not there. So you being here, you can feel that, oh my God, this guy's joined Web3 already in 2017 or 2016 or 2020, I'm far behind. No, we are still very, very early. By another estimate, if you compare the number of users or engagement, we are trailing even further. We are now approximately in 1996 of internet adoption. So we are roughly now between 96 and 2002 if we're comparing ourselves with the internet. What does it actually mean? That means that we have huge growth ahead of us or not, because the bet that it will continue is not slam dunk, is not 100% guaranteed, and we really need to think quite hard, because I believe, and this is my humble opinion, that we do have few things that are really stopping us from developing faster than internet, or even potentially developing as fast as internet. The first one is the fact that we have way too many crooks and thieves. And I know that a lot of people would disagree with me, but I actually with Chairman Gensler on this. I think we do need to clear our act, because every single time there is a hack, every single time there is an FTX story, the people who would be our users and would be using our products and or building on blockchain are walking away because they do not feel that it is for them. The other issue is that we have very, very confused definition of success. Everyone is using crazy metrics, and frankly, a lot of projects are absolutely, lunatics. I mean, look, this crypto dick butt was sold for $1.4 thousand. Are you the owner? James, respect. Yeah, sorry, I'll refine the slide and I'll put another dick butt there, the one that you don't own. But how crazy is that, that as an industry, we're actually producing stuff like that, and people are buying it? For what reason? What is the utility? But the last thing, and I think it is the most important thing for our stage of development, if we're taking inspiration from the internet, is the fact that we do not have mass market proposition. I would call it an email. Any of you who might remember mid-90s, I'm showing my age, I can tell you that the reason why internet got into everyone's homes was email. It was just incredible. Instant communication with anybody in the world. It was 10x, 100x versus what was available back then. We do not have that yet in Web3. And that's why I lean towards believing that we are more like in 1996 of the internet development rather than 2002. Now, what do these three things mean? There are two things that are absolutely guaranteed, and they will definitely happen, and there is no conversation about that. The first one is we're going to have more regulation and we're going to have more prosecutions, and I think it's actually a good thing. People who are thinking of rugging should really think very, very hard and potentially stop doing what they're doing right now. The other thing that is definitely going to happen is that success is going to migrate from TVL to active users. And the reason for it is very simple. Majority, 95% of projects on blockchain and in Web3 are not earning money by locking away the liquidity. It is movement of liquidity that makes money. It is transaction fees that are moving things around. And there is nothing that ever came out that was good from something that contains locked in its name. It is really not a productive thing, and I believe it is a vanity metric, especially when layer ones are comparing themselves on TVL. How is it relevant to them? It is the only thing that it indicates is a trust of whales and institutions. But you can actually not link TVL to the profitability or to the business model that these guys are building. And last but not least, and this is where I would like to focus on, and this is what links us back to creating a new economy, is we all need to be thinking more about mass market propositions. Not about another derivative or derivative DEX, not another infrastructure play, but something that will grab imagination and attract attention of hundreds of millions, billions of users. If you look back at the internet, that's what happened. That's the magic that happened between 96 and 2002. There were weird and wonderful definitions of success. I think Yahoo had a crazy definition of success, which was revenues per square inch of the landing page or something like that. And that's the reason why they had all of these ads and everything was burping, blurping, shining, and there were ads everywhere. Now, by 2002, 2003, everyone was measuring their DEX by the number of active users, VCs and founders. And when that happens, all of a sudden, people are looking at problems to solve that will have an appeal for hundreds of millions or billions of users around the world. And that's what we need here to drive adoption and to make sure that blockchain and Web3 gets into everyone's minds and into everyone's homes. Now, how are we going to build this mass market proposition? I'm going to talk about us a little bit later, but I am here because I don't want to just shill what we do. I want to share some of the learnings that helped us to hone down on something that is truly mass market. And here are a few things that I would like to divulge. The first one is always start with the problem, not with the idea. Don't look at TradFi and try to lift it and make it work in crypto, because TradFi has very, very few users. If you look at the population of the world, you're probably talking about decimal percentages of world population that can engage and understand what is happening in TradFi. And a problem gives you another huge benefit, which is you will never have to pivot. One of the most painful things that startups and founders have to go through is pivot. And this typically happens when your idea that you spend years on building and developing cannot find problem big enough so that others would pay for it. And that's when pivot happens. And it is extremely disruptive for the team, for the founder, and for investors. If you focus on the problem from the very beginning, pivots happen absolutely without even noticing. You understand the problem better, you understand users that have a problem better, and your product evolves around that. And you don't have to explain to anyone that you're pivoting, that you're changing your target audience. You are saying that we've learned these things by doing all of these tests, and we are sharpening our product, and we're making it a lot better. So starting with a problem will get you a lot higher rate of success and a lot easier life as a founder. The other thing is that we all need to start to focus on simplifying UX and the language. When we were testing our proposition for our users, and we have 148 million users around the world right now on our Web2 side, one of the things that people told us, they didn't understand what HODL is, what BIDL is, what staking is, what finality is, what seed phrase is, why is it seed phrase? So we actually had to reshuffle completely all the language. And for example, our staking product is called grow jars. You put sweat into a jar, it grows. You know, everyone in the world, even if it's not their mother tongue, understands that. Staking is a lot harder for people to internalize. Third thing is develop for native mobile, not for web. I've gone to climb Kilimanjaro last year for Christmas with my son, and we spent a bit of time afterwards around the Maasai area. You know what? They don't have electric devices. They don't have electricity in their villages. They have solar panel, and everyone's got cheap Android device. And you know what I've also noticed? They don't use web on those devices. They far prefer to install a native app. So if we want to build for the next billion people and we want to become truly mass market, that's where we need to aim. Not web products, but native mobile. And last but not least, it does take a completely different way of thinking if you're building for huge volume and low value than when you are building for whales. And shameless plug, the only chain that I believe that you can actually do all of these things is Near. You know, we'll continue this conversation with Alex a little bit later. So basically, that's my thesis. We have been for years building for whales, but Minos have not been getting any love. They had no products, they had no propositions, and they could not engage with Web3 for a very, very long time. But that cannot last forever. You can't have an ocean that is populated by whales only. Whales get hungry, they go where minnows are, and until we make it balanced ecosystem and we bring billions of minnows, I think we are not going to fulfill the mission of Web3 and the promise of Web3 of democratizing money and solving problems that banks and governments are not willing to solve. Now, if you look, on one side is whales and on another side is minnows, and you start looking at things like what are the things that we are building that appeal to one or the other. If you look at the history of Web3, it would be very much products, single dApps, and they would be focused on whales, predominantly whales. Especially if you look at Ethereum ecosystem, I mean, if you pay $300 for a transaction, clearly you're a whale. You know, most of our users have balances of $3 to $5. They will never be able to live on Ethereum. They will never be able to even entertain an idea of using anything built on Ethereum. It's hard for EVMs. They are definitely charging a lot less, and it would be 50 cents, 10 cents, but still, if your balance, and that's all you have to your soul is $5, 50 cents is 1/10 of the amount of money that you have. So then we started thinking about categories, and we have now play to earn. We have move to earn. This is a little bit more democratic. They are appealing to millions of users. Hopefully, there will be more categories that are coming along. But what is most exciting is actually to build new economies. Bitcoin really brought something quite magical, quite different to the world. And I do not think that it is the only thing that blockchain and Web3 can actually deliver to humanity. I think we can do a lot more, and there will be a lot more economies emerging. On our example, we definitely stole a page from a book of another XXX to earn economy that all of you are familiar with, but you just don't think about it in this way. There is pay attention to earn economy. We call it attention economy. You pay attention, you get free product. Now, if you delve into it and you look into it, you are getting really, truly inspired. So we spend a lot of time thinking about attention economy and what we can steal from that thinking and from that approach and bring into the new world. And what we've realized is that basically there are huge similarities between physical activity and paying attention. First, both of them are valuable to you. Every piece of new information and knowledge starts with you paying attention. Every new contact that you have starts with you paying attention. Every new purchase or acquisition of anything is starting with paying attention. Physical activity is valuable to you because it keeps you fit. It makes you live longer. It improves your mental health. Both of them are also valuable to third parties. I mean, we all know that advertisers are willing to pay arm and a leg for your attention that Google, Facebook, and many other companies are happy to collect. We already have a contract with National Health Service in the UK that pays us to make people diagnosed with diabetes syndrome more active, because you have a very narrow window of 6 months when you need to make this person change their diet and change their lifestyle. Diet is relatively easy. Changing lifestyle is extremely hard. People try to get gym membership. People get a personal trainer. That is really hard to maintain. But where we come in is we create very subtle motivation for you to put one foot in front of another. You are going for walks. You're spending more time burning calories. And all of a sudden, it's a very subtle nudge, and it makes people able to change their lifestyle and maintain that for longer. So there are third parties that are willing to pay, and healthcare providers are not the only ones that are willing to pay for physical activity. Insurers, employers, governments, ultimately, I think the ultimate beneficiaries of more physical population are going to be states and governments, because you're going to live longer. Ultimately, you're going to pay more taxes. It's a good business for the country. And if you're physically active, you're also putting less pressure on healthcare costs. So it is definitely a good business. And third, and most relevant in Web3 and in crypto, both are scarce. You have no unlimited amount of attention, and you have no unlimited amount of calories to be physically active. So valuable to you, there are people prepared to pay for it, and there is scarcity. If we manage to build attention economy that by some estimates is $7 trillion, that is about 5-6 times bigger than the whole crypto combined. Bitcoin, Ethereum, human tokens, sweat, absolutely everything. Now, if you start thinking about it, not from the token price perspective and not circulating supply, etc., but as something that powers creation of a whole new economy, you can actually flip it on its head. Imagine what potential the whole crypto has if our humble token that is designed to be tokenized physical activity will power creation and development of a movement economy. So we shouldn't focus on building products. Well, you know, I think we should continue doing that, but we now have an opportunity to think a lot bigger and a lot more aggressive and a lot more ambitious. We can start thinking about building whole economies like attention economy. It took 150 years to build. With advent of blockchain and the technology that we have right now, movement economy certainly is not going to take that long to develop. And now I'm just going to give you a glimpse of how we see movement economy and who is going to play in it. And there are certain pieces that are already in place. There are millions, hundreds of millions, billions of people that would like to move more, and they also would like to be wealthier. They're very keen to earn. And we've created Sweatcoin that is Web2, health and fitness tracker, tracks your steps, gives you centralized points, and we have already learned that this makes the world physically active. Then we took it a step further and we created second token called Sweat. That is crypto built on near NFP 1for1, listed on 30 exchanges, and has the actual price. And all of a sudden, we have an ecosystem of health and fitness and a financial services app. What we are doing already, and we have this in place, is we effectively have brands engagement which are accepting Sweat as payment for the engagement of our users. Now, we already have a deal with NHS. Healthcare providers are effectively accepting Sweatcoins and Sweat. You can take this further and take it to insurers, who are definitely very interested in engaging this audience and making their policyholders more active. And we already have a number of conversations with alternative validators, skiing, swimming, cycling, who are keen to issue Sweat rather than create the whole thing from scratch, because it is actually quite complicated. But ultimately, the ultimate price is going to be when we're going to get governments starting to accept Sweat as part of a tax payment. I know that it might sound loony, but actually, in 10 years' time, I'm pretty confident that we're going to be there. So thank you very much. And let's build whole economies. Let's think more ambitious, way beyond where we are right now. Economies are possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Oleg. That was awesome. If you just want to give it to the team there. Some lunch now, either from one of LX Factory's fabulous restaurants or actually just at the back with therapists. But don't go too far, because we have a really exciting program for this afternoon. We'll be diving deep into virtual product placement with Riff's Chris Evenden, and hearing from Google's Sam Weeks and Erica Wick-Sneed of Adidas on sustainable progress, plus a fireside chat with Sébastien Bourget, co-founder and COO at Sandbox. So bon appetit, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thanks. everyone. Welcome back after lunch. Hope you feel suitably refueled. We've got a really packed afternoon ahead of us, and we'll be diving deep into virtual product placement with Riff's Chris Evenden and hearing from Google's Sam Weeks and Erica Wixney of Adidas on sustainable progress, plus a fireside chat with Sebastian Bourget, co-founder and COO at Sandbox. I'm really pleased to introduce our first keynote of the afternoon from cultural futurist and founder James Kirkham, who'll be lifting the lid on superfans in Web3. Thanks, James.
Good afternoon, gang. Come on at the back. Come on, down the front. Don't be afraid. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here. I was going to say I think I'm going to be the least equipped to talk Web3. And then Jason Fox comes on this morning and starts talking about jumping out of Apache helicopters and frankly blowing any of what I'm about to say out the water. What a good start to a conference that was. My background is somewhat different. I started life 23 years old running a digital agency where fans were very important to us. Everything that we did was about fandom, and about creating fans and leveraging fans. So our agency was the first agency in the world to market a TV show using social media, where we created fans around a property, around a new television program, before anyone had even seen a trailer, for example. I then moved to a football media business called Copper 90, where it was quite literally built for fans. It was about turning the camera around 180 degrees and focusing on the emotion, the sort of vociferous fandom that naturally occurs when people watch football. There wasn't a ball kicked. It was all about the emotion of fans. I was in music for a while too. I get about, you see, and at Defected Records, fandom is, of course, everything. One of the things you might have been fortunate enough to see was during the pandemic, when we had to stop all our events, close all the gigs, stop the festivals. We put on virtual activity, virtual festivals around the world with everyone from Carl Cox to Idris Elba playing. And it was about trying to bring something to fans in a moment where they maybe needed it the most. So this fueling of fandom, these creating moments that matter, and breeding this feeling of what it is to be a fan has been like a red thread through my whole career. Now I run a consultancy called Iconic. We've pulled all of those disparate elements together from sports and music and fashion and style and all of those bits in between. And we work for brands, giving them a queue jump to the front of popular culture, or so we say. Now, Iconic was born with that sort of feeling because actually, there's a whole bunch of points in history, whether it be sports or music, that were never instantly iconic. Jimi Hendrix burning his guitar, my beloved Man United when Cantona did a kung fu kick. I'm not saying it was good, but it was definitely an iconic moment. Or the greatest piece of music marketing that has ever been achieved and done was when the Beatles stood on top of Savile Row roof and delivered an unbelievable gig when no one else had ever done that before. The point is, it took those people. It took that solitary tripod with 22 people on a roof to gather, to talk, to discuss, to share. It took a bunch of people on the street below to coalesce around this moment, to share the stories of the thing they'd seen too. That is an innate fandom, and that's what it's all about. So today, when I'm with such kind of Web3 luminaries, with technological kind of big thinkers, with people who understand the premise of AI, that's got a pretty big impact on what fans and fan communities is going to be, certainly when you're considering things like culture. Now, fandom goes back a hell of a long way. 1893, for Christ's sake. Sherlock Holmes was apparently the first example of that fandom, when books were writing about the tales of Sherlock Holmes, killed him off. And it was widely considered to have comprised the first modern fandom, when public demonstrations spilled out into the street because they couldn't believe what they had read. Likewise, it was only a few years later, in 1897, we saw the first fan fiction. People were making their own alternate storylines, non-linear storytelling, in 1897. Never mind the MCU and the Marvel Universe, that's pretty deep. Now, most people's association with fandom might be more reminiscent of maybe my own. I'm showing my age, but in the 80s, I was a big Duran Duran fan, Simon Le Bon and all the gang. Hopefully there's a couple of you my age that will at least know who the hell Duran Duran even are. But the point is, we sent off like 10 quid a year and we got back our little cherished pack of sort of fan club paraphernalia, a little kind of gift card, a membership card with a membership number saying, we're an exclusive part of this club, extolling our love for this kind of band. This was all we had to express it. And it goes back to the 50s. The music industry had the first fan club models, Elvis Presley, the Beatles in the 60s. But then cut to 20 years ago, much, much more up to date, but still a while ago now, geek theory and nerd theory erupted. Not least because big tech, the owners of Google, are geeks and nerds in their own right. But it meant that actually that these passions that people pursued that used to be a bit frowned upon, seen as being in the margins, comic book collectors, Star Wars figures lovers, they are fans exhibiting true passion. And for the first time in decades, they were given the credit and the kudos that they actually warranted and they deserved. Fan theory and geek theory suggested that suddenly the fans were inheriting the earth. Now, what we did within broadcasting back in the noughties was simply take that love and devotion and passion around a property and get it out there to wherever audiences might be. We made bespoke content experiences, put them distinct to the platforms that they were best suited to, and got people into the idea of a TV program. We found it nonsensical that you would market television with a big billboard and a logo in a corner and telling you to tune in 3 weeks' time. Because in those 3 weeks, you would be bombarded with probably 2 million pieces of comms information, and you're expected to retain and remember that singular name and brand and artwork to then tune in from one of 600 TV channels 2 weeks later. It's nonsensical. So what we did then was do it all through the power of fans. Get people into the music in the show, the styles, the fashions of the cast, get them to create their own idents, use that latent fandom that existed. Now, many of you will, I'm sure, love Family Guy, but not all of you will realize that Family Guy is only still around now thanks to that early fan power. Because Family Guy was canned. It wasn't cancelled, maybe it should have been back then, but it simply wasn't deemed ready for a recommission. But what happened was, Family Guy went onto DVDs in the bargain basements, in the bargain buckets at the end of retail kind of conveyor belts. And people took the DVD and they ripped it and they stuck it on fledgling social media as it was then, MySpace and early Facebook. They used the clip strategy without even knowing it. They stuck Family Guy into their social spaces and it took off. The noise erupted. People loved and got involved and became advocates of something that had been canned. Fox saw what was happening, they saw the noise, immediately recommissioned it, and thus a 20-year-old property was born. Music is, of course, the common denominator so much here when we talk about fandom. Back in the noughties, there was a British band from the north of England in Sheffield called the Arctic Monkeys. They were widely sort of assumed to be the band of the early social media era because of fandom. But the misnomer, the mistake people made, is they say it's because of MySpace. The technology made them. It wasn't. They toured relentlessly around the north of England and cultivated this incredible fan base of very young people who knew every lyric and every word to every song. They gave out demo tapes after every show, and the kids ripped them and stuck them on MySpace. Arctic Monkeys never told them to. It was never a marketing ploy. It wasn't a manager's kind of wish, although it ended up being like their dream. But it was facilitated by MySpace, but not as a cause of the tech. It was down to the fans. You might recall at this era as well, in the early years of Twitter, where scriptwriters would create things called Twitter bombs for fans of a television program. So they would have us all, captive audiences, watching our TV show, and then hide incendiary pieces of writing within the script, within the narrative, so that we would all explode in humor or rage or surprise on Twitter, and other people would tune in accordingly, following the trend. But culture moved on. That was then. And we haven't stayed still. And when we're thinking in a conference like today and the importance of technology and Web3, the likes of AI, fandom doesn't sit like it once did. Culture now is this myriad. It's like a bunch of paradoxes that all coexist. For starters, in the music world that we've referenced already a couple of times, we don't ask our friends for recommendations. We tend to obey the algorithm. We search for music on a Monday or a Friday because a DSP called Spotify tells you to, with Discover Weekly or Release Radar. And likewise, we supercharge our algorithms. If we want more terror rap in a playlist, then we deliberately insert a track that feels like that into our playlist to make the rest of it do the same. TikTok, of course, which is the apex predator right now of social, does this in spades. Subsequently, if you're going barbecuing in the outback this weekend, odd choice of example, then you're going to go onto TikTok and look for affiliate content, which of course will suddenly bring up a load more content. That's the way it works for us now. But it's leading us to this interesting place. TikTok's influence on society. You've got accelerated music, sped up pop songs that personally I hate, but it's a reality of now. The bottom left example is great though, where it's creating this culture of adjacencies and arresting juxtapositions. So that tiny bottom left diagram you might be able to see is on a whiteboard from a school. They asked a bunch of 13-year-old boys what they thought they should be taught in school. Not what they are being taught, what they thought they should be taught in school. Their answers were NFTs, crypto, rap, fitness, helping Ukraine. There was a mix of purpose-driven and then like classics like cycling, mechanics, and then kind of the likes of crypto and technology. The point is, this is young people right now. That myriad mix, that almost assault on the senses. As a friend once wrote on my LinkedIn about TikTok, swiping is like playing cultural roulette. So that's the kind of space that we're currently in, which is very different to 20 years ago. There's more too. Live streams became mainstream. We expect a live event exactly like this to be hybrid. It's live streamed at the same time. There's clips going out. There's archive content. That's just a given, much of it born from the pandemic. This kind of long-form v short-form debate isn't really a debate. If the content's good, then it's going to fly. Short form is in the ascent with YouTube Shorts and TikTok and Reels and Stories, sure. But a teenager will still watch 4 hours of Sidemen Sunday quite happily captivated. If the content's good enough, people remain. So it's never been a more mixed up, kind of myriad, paradoxical time for culture. Much of this as well, we're seeing, is people are resenting, A, the sheer amount of channels available to them, and B, the toxicity or the trolling that exists. They revert and resort to closed social spaces, social safe havens, more innocent places of WhatsApp groups where you can talk and trade information and converse. And our new sort of leaders of today are no longer politicians, very disenfranchised and disaffected by what's been going on politically around the world in a post-populist time. They're certainly not the royalty of 20, 30 years ago and the respect that they had. Instead, it's athletes and artists. It's perhaps the people who would have been on my bedroom wall when I was a 15, 16-year-old. These are the people now making a change, making the difference. Stormzy, a British rap artist, runs Murky FC, a sort of coalition of the willing, trying to up the amount of people of colour in the C-suite, in businesses and brands, which is an incredible cause. Footballers like Vinicius Jr. in Real Madrid, or Raheem Sterling in Chelsea, who are figureheads against racism, or Marcus Rashford here, who does all that he can to sort of prevent child poverty in the poverty in the UK. Like, this is a young Mancunian footballer changing actual government legislation. So talent have become jaded. They're sick of the trolls. They're sick of also spilling out individual bits of content quite unknown to millions of people, supposedly getting a very kind of checkered comment history back, but knowing the data's not theirs anyway. It's owned by Zuckerberg, or it's owned by Musk, or someone else in between. And what's more, and perhaps very recently this is becoming more aware, you might have heard of the Insta repeat piece that's going on, is that we're all starting to look the same. When we live in an algorithmically controlled world where everything's for you, recommended for you, because you might like, because they wanted it to, everything gets more beige, everything gets more samey, everything gets a little bit vanilla. User-generated content used to be this bastion of kind of variety and difference and anything goes, but now UGC looks the same. Is it the right shot, behind the shoulder, just in front of that waterfall that the other million people have been sent to because they saw it on the TikTok hashtag? YouTube content around football is a great example. Sports documentaries. There's so much noise and clutter. That's a very whistle-stop tour of culture right now, but where does it leave fandom? Where does it leave the communities, and what are we going to be heading to next? Now, one of the great bits of progress, if you like, in certainly the last couple of years, has been within messaging environments. Look at Telegram, which I know some of you are on today, some of the guys at the festival use quite avidly. Look at Discord, you know, the almost powerhouse engine behind much of Web3, crypto, NFT kind of raising, if you like. Look at even WhatsApp, like the messaging environment is really, really important, and it allows everyone to have a mic again. Fred again is a dance artist that many of you will know, who's done wonderfully well out of the likes of Discord and Telegram, where you use the power of the community and you have a direct relationship, or as direct as you possibly can. But there is one more step, and it is absolutely true and aligned to everything that we're talking about today and everything that we've been talking about so far this morning in some of those great talks. When we consider a more Web3 way of doing things, it surely feels a much more appropriate place for fans to exist, a place where fans can flourish without the fear of the toxicity, and a place where talent can be kind of happy with what they have there. So the old ways of fandom, which we all did, or certainly if you're 40-something like me, we would have crowded around the telly, we would have bought the t-shirt, maybe we bought the tickets to the gig. And then we had the social ways. Hey, we can leave a comment. I wonder if they'll see it. God, someone might actually feed back. That's kind of nuts. But then, do you know what? There might be a bit aggro. There might be a few trolls kicking off. Social toxicity became a thing. The new ways, though, what Web3 affords us, and what hopefully lots of the kind of sentiment of a festival and a conference like this is that one-to-one relationship, that ability to have genuine proximity. We all want proximity. We all want closeness to our athletes and artists and stars. We want to feel like they're speaking to us, just like on that fan club model where you got the like facsimile of the signature. Oh my God, is that to me? Not really. It's a printout. But what if you can really do that? What if you can actually mint those moments and exchanges too? Those early fan clubs from the Beatles to Elvis Presley, if they could even know that how you could get such ownership, that proximity to talent, the trust that you can create too. And I guess this is the last few parts to leave you with before we get on this discussion, is that those artifacts, those assets that can be created, we're saying it's like this almost forever handshake. Like it's physical, it's real, it's genuinely emotionally led, it's very, very human being-like, but it's stuff that can remain forever, not just thrown away or stored in an attic or stuck with the badge and the membership card that starts to rot in the back room. Because all we want to do, and we're in these algorithmically controlled lives that we have sort of sleepwalked into, we want to be us. We want to be distinct or unique or bespoke or true to ourselves. We want originality. We're just looking to be us, actually, which doesn't feel like a big step. And if you look at things like meme culture and meme mentality that is so prevalent creatively, well, historically, as in the last few years, they're so transient. They appear and we laugh, they exhibit and elicit an emotional reaction, and then they're gone. Well, what if they're not gone and you can create and maybe even store them forever or have an almost commercialized version of them? We're seeing more, and you know, we had Erica from Adidas speaking earlier. Adidas have made recently a shoe out of the Homer Simpson disappearing into the hedge meme. It's a collab with Stan Smith. These are creative moments. On the left there is a guy from Squid Game who only became famous from the memes of Squid Game, now a model on the front of Arena wearing Adidas. So he's effectively a meme model. He would never have been there were it not for the memes that you all probably shared and propagated and passed on and moved on as a result of watching the show. So that is all there to be owned better, to be, when you're a fan, you can both create and kind of own. Maybe there's commercials too. I think the pandemic, although I dislike speaking about it too much, changed an awful lot. We kind of suddenly demanded more for our relationships with talent as innate fans. When I was working in music at the time, lots of artists and DJs who were previously a bit arm's length, they go and collect their considerable fee after playing on some decks quite away from an audience, and then they go away. Suddenly they weren't doing that. So they were leaning in, doing Zoom interviews, doing backstage kind of virtual experiences. It was all about proximity, albeit behind a screen. Artists and bands and athletes and stars and people who elicit fandom in all of us, they realize that's more important than ever. Just last week, the Beatles released Now and Then. And I think this is a great example of where humanity and fandom and new technology and the spirit of the old collide and come together. John Lennon wrote 3 tracks in '77, Free as a Bird, Real Love, both of which were released and re-released and edited and recorded, but Now and Then just wasn't good enough quality. The technology in the 90s, when they tried to revisit it, didn't exist. The use of AI has allowed them to actually bring out John Lennon's voice and take it away from the piano that was at times muffled and the guitar in the background from the 90s version and elevate it, and nothing artificial. There's nothing that's been created artificially, but it's the AI that's allowed them to create such a lovely distinction and allow us to hear his voice in its true glory again. And then when the Beatles released that, you just saw what was going on socials, celebrities and artists, and people were crying. It was the most emotional response from a track recorded in the 70s, brought back to life in 2023 as an original, but remastered, recut, re-edited. That kind of coming together is what it's all about. And this quote from The Atlantic, for me, surmises it and says it all. Through the tools we create, we become neither less human, nor superhuman, nor post-human. We just become more human. And for me, that's the whole point of this talk. And when we're talking about fans and we're talking about communities and the offer that affords us, technology to make us more human is everything. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, James. That was a very spicy and nostalgic talk to come back to after lunch. I was a big Skins fan, so I was seeing all of those pictures felt very, I don't know, old, I guess. Anyway, we are actually going to sit down now and talk about the future of fans and their communities. We have a fabulous panel. We have a fabulous panel joining us today, so if I can welcome everyone to the stage and they'll introduce themselves, that would be great.
There are probably millions of people out there in the world on various social media platforms trying to get noticed, trying to make money, trying to make a living. And what really, really drew me into this platform is it supports emerging talent. So for me to be partnering with a brilliant new platform where the artists literally get paid within 24 hours and take 80% of the revenue, I thought was brilliant for so many reasons. It's going to help people financially, it's going to help people get noticed, and it's not just singers. You could be a singer, you could be a comedian, you could be a chef, you could be an educator. But this is essentially the essence of lounges. And that's why when I had the opportunity to be a part of it, it was one of the quickest yeses I've ever given. With Lounges TV, we've created a whole new platform for talented creators, the ones who really should be earning more money from their exclusive content.
Scott, I think that's your
Hi.
cue.
I'm Scott Green. I'm one of the co-founders of Lounges TV, and thank you very much for displaying that presentation for us. And it's great to be here today.
Yeah, I'm Max from Growth Director at Human Protocol. Obviously happy to have you all with us today. And yeah, can't wait to talk about fans in Web3.
James, do you want to reintroduce in case people didn't catch your
I'm James, founder of Iconic. Out of my depth on Web3, but trying.
Sorry.
Cool. Hi everyone, my name is Jan. I'm the CMO at Polkstarter. And Polkstarter is a fundraising platform for Web3 projects. So we're basically a marketplace where we curate projects and also connect them with a community that wants to support early on.
Hi everyone, I'm Bernard. I'm the co-founder of W3S. We're a digital assets investment banking firm partnering with founders across the full life cycle of the company, from secondaries to capital raises and M&A.
Hi, I'm Salome Azevedo. I'm the founder and one of the founders and CEO of .moves, which is a mobile app and Web3 platform for sports athletes to show and expose themselves to AI-based technology to everyone in the world to compete and practice.
Great, thanks everyone. So Scott, I wanted to ask you, Lounges TV gives 80% of revenue to artists directly. How and why did you come to make that decision?
I think the world's gone content mad at the moment. There's just so many creators popping up. There's literally 5 million creators, and it's growing rapidly. But the problem is the current model is very antiquated. It's all about ads, and you need millions and millions of eyeballs before you can actually generate any meaningful revenue.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're kind of democratizing the world of the way that people earn revenue online and removing the ability for ads. And it all comes around both tipping services and pay-per-view. So it really allows people to monetize their content fairly without needing millions and millions of people seeing their content to earn revenue. The problem with that is the people with millions of followers are the only ones earning revenue. And it's just not, it's a very unbalanced environment at the moment. So that's kind of how we positioned our platform and just democratizing the whole world of talent. And then positioned it as people aren't getting paid fairly, but they're not getting paid quick enough. And Lounges TV also pays within 24 hours. So it really allows talented people all around the world to go live today and get paid tomorrow.
And that's really kind of a model that we're seeing more and more of now. And I wondered, this is a question to all of the panel, how will kind of ownership of an artist's IP change the way that fandom works? There's a lot more at stake here. You can own something. How does that change maybe the way fans see things?
Yeah, I can try.
Who wants to start?
No, it's great thanks to Web3 technology, and it feels like cliche because we're always saying this. The fans can early on have a part of ownership, so you can get rewarded from early on detection of artists that you like, and you can also support people by financially supporting them, but also being an ambassador as a community member, and that's the beauty of Web3. So I think the connection between artists and fans are going to change and bringing them closer together, since you are owner or co-owner of something that you create together.
Go ahead.
I think, can fully second that. I think historically, if you look at how fandom has evolved, and thanks for guiding us through the whole history before, it's every fan wants to get closer and closer to the fan, to the creator or club over time. And Web3 is the first time that a new stage of technology enables new systems of really taking part. And I think it was like a gradual move from purely consuming content to then, with the likes of Web2 technology, the Twitches of this world, or TikTok, to be closer and closer to your creator, but still in kind of a passive manner. And now I think we're at a quite interesting focal point of being even closer with partly owning parts of the success of your creator as well. I think, generally it's just to be seen if we can make it work in terms of dynamics, because we've, I think, as a space, talked about this for the last 1-2 years already, and it's interesting to see what's being built behind the scenes to actually make it work.
Yeah, definitely. I suppose we've heard a little bit about fan to artist contact. I wondered how blockchain activations can also boost like the fan to fan contact as well. Maybe the community thriving, sharing with one another. Maybe that's one for you, Max.
Yeah, definitely. I think Web3 was pivotal for people to understand that their engagement had a value, and also that when you get together with other people with the same incentive, you kind of want to reach a consensus, even way before getting a tech consensus. You want to be able to gather with people and kind of tell what makes you a fan of the protocol or of the project or of the artist. And then your work as a fan, but also as a community manager or as a brand, is to basically make sure that you all come to the same point and to make sure that you have kind of a common ground. The beauty of tech and Web3 is that now people also can be rewarded instantly for doing that. So that's great for fans, but also great for artists or brands, because the feedback loop is so short that you honestly can rarely be wrong. Or, you're either completely wrong or you're just getting to massive point of success.
And Salome, how can UX kind of and what kinds of decisions do brands need to be considering when they're really building these virtual experiences and products for fan communities? What's going to kind of make it that emotional, vociferous thing that James was talking about?
Yeah, so I was listening to you during the conversation, and we need to talk afterwards, because like in sports, we are experiencing some changes concerning the Web3. So the NFTs got into the space in the sports industry, in a very strong way. But concerning the audience, the fans that are within the sports industry that are willing to look at the sports players and having some piece of the sports players, but also to practice, it's a huge problem, because there's a lot of people here still in the sports industry that don't understand the potential of the NFTs and the token, so the Web3 value on it. And they get into the game with a lot of resistance because they believe it's going to be a scam, or they don't understand it really well. So in concerning from our perspective on .moves, we are working really hard in order to make very subtle changes in the digital experience for them, so they can understand that the NFT is a technology, of course, but it's something that it's making the experience enhanced. So we use NFT just to give a more physical, a tangible thing. It's like the NFTs for us are sports gear. So everyone that played sports loved that sneakers that help them win the game, or the ball that win the game. And we are trying to use the NFT technology to create the same experience. And through UX and UI, what we are doing is to help the Web2 user feel that actually that has more value because it respects the IP from the creator that creates the NFT, but also the sports player like Ronaldo or any other player that has put some energy in order to create that same experience. So concerning UX UI, in overall, what we see is that when you have a strong Web2 audience that's still there and does not have literacy on Web3, gets a little bit scared. So we have a huge war to make them believe that it's well built, it follows the rules, and they can actually add value to the whole ecosystem and not to some parts.
You see, what I love about that is, again, if you look at the chronology, at one point we just sent stuff to people. Hey, I've been sent this picture. How cool, I'm a fan. And then it's like, oh my God, I can comment on their picture. They might even reply. Probably not. But the way you're describing that is so lovely. It's the seamless transition between physical and virtual, which most people under the age of sort of 25 understand inherently anyway. If they game, if they love football, they've learned that through the likes of FIFA. So everything you're describing, if their favorite player, well, we're in Portugal, Bernardo Silva or Bruno Fernandes, for example, the idea that a young player can improve that performance within a game or further their involvement within an environment, doesn't even have to be the gameplay, it could just be about swagger and cool within a gaming-like environment. If they can do that through what they're doing in real life, that then gets involved what they do virtually and vice versa. That's the ultimate expression of fandom, because you're just becoming what they're interested in. It is just one thing then. You're not just sending out a bit of an asset or a paraphernalia. That is everything bound together, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, it seems like there's maybe been a shift towards that kind of seamless integration, not naming that, this is an NFT and this is on the blockchain, that kind of thing. I wondered, a question for all the panel, what maybe do we need to keep in mind when reaching new audiences in new fan spaces that maybe aren't Web3 native? Like, what kinds of watch outs do we need to be thinking about?
I mean, the biggest challenge that we see, talking to a lot of builders, is the focus, I think, which is a bit the disease of our space, is the focus on financialization and monetization too early, because the technology allows for it, and there are all these opportunities to play around with incentives and baking in those incentives into communities and so on. While I think when you look at the Web2 space, at the really successful kind of creator-driven or community-driven companies, they all are product first, having their ear on the ground with the users and iterating their products and so on. So I think there's still a gap in the space that, we see at the one or other end. It's, closing with the bear market, and it's not only, baking in any incentive model and hoping your company will, thrive on hype associated to it. But I think that gap is still to be closed if we want to catch up to any, relevant Web2 competition, which are also moving into the space increasingly.
Yeah, I also think that NFTs for emerging artists is going to be a huge area and big growth area, because if you're a fan of an emerging artist and they haven't hit the big time yet, if you can own a fractional piece of that album before it goes mainstream. And if you could imagine seeing Ed Sheeran on SBTV before he actually exploded, and you can have an opportunity to buy a piece of that, whether you're not going to be able to buy a piece of him, but a piece of his fans, whether it's his music or part of his label, and he grows into one of the biggest grossing artists of the UK, and then you got in early, again, you can really see some huge growth areas in NFTs. And I think obviously NFTs has had some tough times over the last 9, 12 months, but I think over the next 3 to 4 years, you're going to see a massive growth area in the NFT space for emerging artists.
Yeah, I guess it'll be more than just kind of I got their set list from their first gig, but something a lot more durable.
Just see them just getting in early on that journey. I think that's important.
I think to add on, because you asked like if you're a builder, what you need to watch out for or look out for. I think UX, all those issues are going to the back end. Everyone will use Web3 without knowing that they use Web3. We know that. Yeah. That's going to happen next year. But as a builder, in my opinion, what you really need to take care of is we're making it so simple for people to exchange assets. Yeah. What it means is that every asset becomes super liquid. What it also means is that a lot of people are going to start speculating on assets. Yeah. So I think if you're building a project around a fandom, around a project, and the most important thing is to select the right fans and to connect those fans with the artists without having 90% speculators and then 10% fans. So I would not focus on the UX, UI part because everyone is building this and you just can't integrate. But I would focus very much on the product itself, the idea behind it, and to make sure that you create the connection. And Web3 is the technology in the back end, and don't succumb to the technology as being there for speculation purposes.
Yeah, I'd love to add something. That's very true. That's spot on. If I had to give a piece of advice to someone who would try to create something in that space and engage fans, first is I would say that you should stop thinking about rewarding people. Yeah. Love should, that's going to sound weird. Love shouldn't be transactional. And that's very true. And the fact that the people that you get with this kind of reward thing are short-term minded people. And I think fandom takes time to be built. And also, everything's about balance, even in communities. So if you address a market like football, for instance, or music, super fans are the epitome of super fans. And the love they have for their artists or their athletes is huge. So the expectations are going to be huge as well, because if you tell people like that they're going to be able to have access, to be closer to their favorite artist or favorite player, that creates so many expectations from different people that are already kind of, creating their own vision of their artist, and you just add up, problems and levels of complexity. I think we should all go back to what makes people follow something, or get on the game on a Sunday. I think we should remember that people need to interact on a very simple basis. They need to share things that are genuine, and monetization will come. Yeah. Models, most of the time, the most efficient models are just, building by time. That's something I really want to say again and again and again.
So I guess, looking maybe to the future a little bit here, what kinds of areas do you think will kind of flourish and develop within the kind of Web3 fan space? And also, which areas of investment do you feel are kind of rising?
Everyone is afraid of telling things on stage that could be taken as financial advice, I guess. Investment is not a word you want to say on stage in the crypto space.
Sure.
I think, going back to NFTs, I think NFTs can be a huge growth area of fractional ownership for streaming and general fanzine stuff. I think is a huge growth area. I'm not a Web3 expert, but I can see that from our audience that we're talking to, is definitely seeing that is becoming a traction, and it's coming back, that people do want to gift things and do things differently than just simple transactional stuff that goes on in everyday life.
Yeah. So I feel like it would be wrong not to throw have some questions from the crowd in a talk about fan-to-fan communities. So I kind of wanted to ask the audience whether you have any questions for our very esteemed panel. If not, I have many more, but any hands? We've got a roving mic somewhere, I think. No, that's okay. Well, anyone who wants to put their hand up, I will happily take those questions. But I guess, we started with conversations about that kind of vociferous nature of, an emotional nature of fandom. How can Web3 bring or, excite actual physical interaction with fans? I'm thinking, concerts in real life. Like, what kinds of supports can be put in place there to make it more of an experience?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Not least, again, making it invisible, removing the barrier, so taking anything out that feels like you're going to now have a chore to go and do something. So it's really prevalent right now, for example, at live gigs and events, rather than just have the odd moment that might be proficient on, say, TikTok, that actually it's scripted within some of the biggest live shows with the biggest artists, where the TikTok moments sit within that live show to then effectively flourish on a social platform. The same sort of mentality can really be considered from a Web3 perspective, whether that be a classic proximity play, whether that be a closeness and up close and personal with an artist, whether that be the whole bit before that is often forgotten, and we've got platforms here that are quite literally meant to do that, to bring you close to an artist. Well, rather than just the getting there, the commute, the queuing and the ticket paraphernalia, it's like, what's the bit before where you can have one-on-one time with Taylor Swift or whatever the version of that might be? How can that then be something that is with you forever, an artifact that is kind of burnt, if you like, in your memory, but also an asset that you carry with you forever? Again, taking away anything that feels like, hey, a bit like what we used to do with digital, and what can we do on digital? Remove the word, take away the language, see it as a blank sheet of paper like that. I think that leaves you in good stead.
Yeah, I guess kind of going back to the nature of, what it is to be a fan, rather than complicating it with kind of jargon and that kind of thing. I wondered if you, are tracking any activations or brands that you feel are really doing exciting things in this space, because obviously we always want to kind of leave people with a bit of inspiration note. So anything you've spotted that you really feel like we could learn a lot from in the fan space?
I think an interesting, general movement obviously is, Web 2 or big tech companies increasingly moving into the space after, having gone through a couple of bull and bear cycles and, not thinking that this is all a scam, but really appreciating the, a value or potential of the technology itself. And you have the likes of, I don't know, like Ticketmaster, for example. I think in community is an interesting example where they put in, NFT experiences now into their ticket holdings with obviously, very established access to a wide customer base that is used to use their product, and they can very easily test kind of dipping their toes in, not reward driven, as you rightly pointed out, and I fully second that, but really playing around with those dynamics and see what sticks with customers, and how you can feed or play Web3 dynamics with customers, and I think these companies are obviously in a position ahead because they have the access and they think customer first. While we are coming from the Web3 space, we have to solve that problem, how to get mass appeal with our applications, and there's going to be an interesting fight or maybe also collaboration opportunity in the space that very exciting, I think, to see play out.
Yeah, maybe to add on Web 2 and Web 3, I see Web 3 is a technology that can boost Web 2 as well. So Web 3, we saw the rise of NFTs, and then suddenly we gave value to new stuff because the Web 3 or NFTs didn't exist before. So you had the Bored Apes and the CryptoPunks, so people gave value to those, cultural value. And now in Web 2, we have a lot of collectibles, fandom things. You collect Pokemon cards because you're a big fan of Pokemon. And that already exists and it's already valuable. So now Web 3 technology is just creating a digital wrapper around those existing or digital or physical assets. Or Web 2 assets, and now thanks to that technology, you can super boost communities, you can connect with others digitally in a way more efficient way, you can exchange those. So I think that Web 2 will tremendously benefit just because of the superpowers that Web 3 gives to Web 2 today.
Yeah, I like that point about kind of superpowers and supercharging things. So we've only got a couple more minutes, so I would love to hear from each of you what maybe you're most excited about in the years to come when it comes to fan communities, whether it's in the Web 2 space or the Web 3 space or a blend of the two. What excites you most about this space?
So I can start. Well, I'm a sports fanatic, so I would focus on sports, and I will leave you for the rest of the industries in that. For me, I think it's I remember when I was young, instead of the posters of music artists, I had Michael Jordan, I had my players there, and I was always looking like I will never be able to have something of him. I remember one time in this last game of Michael Jordan, they were doing an auction of this chewing gum that he spit on the floor, and it was like, for me it was like, oh, I'm not that fun, right? So I didn't want that, but I wanted the first shoot, or I wanted a piece of something that I could remember because I was watching the game with my father, and I got really enthusiastic into the game because my father put it on me. And the community is about that, right? It's the moments that we live together because we both love that moment, and someone either influences us or we influence another in that. With Web3, as you said very beautifully, Web3 is going to enhance that what we already know on Web2, but guaranteeing a safe space for everyone that is contributing to that moment, because Michael Jordan doesn't know me, but he knows that there are people over there like getting crazy every time that he shoots, and he knows that. But as Michael Jordan, and I promise I will finish, but as Michael Jordan, there's the new guy in the street playing really hard that could be using Web3 to expose his or her talent to the world. And with Web3, the powers of Web3 is getting the underdogs really exposed to the whole community, and let the crowd decide, and not the number of likes that you have on a social media platform, you know? So I'm really enthusiastic to see how the sports industry is going to change, because the community really drives that, so drives the passion and drives the moment. So I hope that for sure for the community. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you, Salome. That's actually all we have time for today, but thank you so much.
That was perfect. That was perfect.
It was a beautiful note to end on, all about the community. So thank you all for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Newconomics and the rest of the day. So thank you so much. Thank you. You want to move on this way?
Sorry,
yes.
I didn't understand that.
That was great.
Thanks.
Oh, phone? No, it's not. No. Thanks, everyone. I hope you learned a lot and felt kind of ready to connect with whatever fan community you're already a part of, or find a new one. So we're going to have a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with Riff's Chris Evenden on the convergence of brands and advertising.
Say hello to him.
everyone. Welcome back after the break. We're going to jump straight back in with Riff's Chris Evenden speaking on the convergence of brands and advertising, followed by a panel with some fabulous guests. So look forward to seeing you there.
My name's, well, that suddenly got louder. My name's Chris Evenden. I am the EVP of Investment and Corporate Development for Riff. I'm here to talk to you today about how we are using AI to drag product placement, kicking and screaming, into the digital age. Do we have a clicker, by the way? I don't have a clicker. Little detail. If I want to advance slides, how do I advance the slides? It's on the table. It's on the table, sorry. That'll make it easier. Thank you. So first I'll talk about my background a bit and then the company's background. So it was actually really interesting to hear James's talk just now about fandom and the nature of fandom. I've spent most of my career before joining Riff in video games. Firstly, running communications for ATI, which you might remember as NVIDIA's biggest competitor before they were acquired by AMD. Then I moved to NVIDIA, and I was there for 7 years, running investor relations there, which is a fascinating time working with Jensen and promoting his vision to the Wall Street. And then I moved to Electronic Arts, and I did the same thing at Electronic Arts. And in all of those roles, dealing with fandom was such a huge issue for us. So it was fascinating to see how people are looking at that today and how we can move forward. And my background has something in common with the rest of the folk at Riff. We have a mixture of video game people, AI folk, production experience, post-production experience. And all those disciplines are coming together now as we look to change the nature of product placement. Riff was founded about 5 years ago in Hollywood. We have an engineering team in Cambridge, in England. We have another engineering team in India. And we have a global sales force around the world as well. And before I go into what we're doing to change it, let's talk about where we are today with product placement. Product placement is, I think we all know what product placement is. You know, we've all seen Daniel Craig holding a bottle of Heineken rather than a vodka martini. And it's one of the last holdouts in a digital world. Everything is done manually, everything's high touch. People go in and negotiate with the producer directly. And it's out of alignment with the way we live our lives today, right? We live our lives in a digital world, and brands too, when they want to interact with consumers, they want to lean into the cultural moments of the day, right? They want to be nimble, they want to be agile, they want to be able to react quickly. And so as a result, they've increasingly attracted to short-form content, influencer content, things like that. But you know, this longer-form content still has a huge audience, and it would be hugely advantageous to them if they could find a way to make brand placements that are culturally relevant in a timely fashion. Product placement today is actually still a pretty big industry. It's $22, $25 billion a year, even in the old way, depending on how you measure it, who you ask. And this is a good example of traditional product placement. So here, McCann has obviously done a great job of getting into Cobra Kai. They're front and center, and that goes out worldwide and will generate, you know, a substantial amount of publicity for them, hopefully. However, what they don't get here is the opportunity to change it. Right? If their marketing priorities change, they can't turn that into a McCann 21. They can't turn it into Famous Grouse. And so they're stuck with that in perpetuity. And similarly, the content providers as well are stuck with this. Now they've negotiated it, it's great, it made them some money, but there are certain territories around the world, you know, several countries in the Middle East, for example, where alcohol is not allowed in content like this. So at that point, the content provider has, if they still want to appear to sell broadcast rights in those territories, they've got a choice, right? They either cut this scene altogether, which generates problems with the narrative, or they have to retake the scene without the alcohol in the frame. And of course, that brings its own set of businesses as well. And so there are some real issues here that can only be addressed if somehow you can edit that after the fact. And so as you look at this, product placement has been the same for more than a century now. and I think it's ripe for disruption. And it is being disrupted, even as the streaming providers are increasingly leaning into advertising content. You know, even organizations like Netflix, Reed Hastings swore he'd never add an advertising tier to his offering, and he's added one. HBO Max is adding one, Paramount Plus, Disney Plus. I think the only holdout right now is Apple TV, but given that they hired a head of advertising sales in, I think, February of this year, it seems likely that that's just a matter of time before they move to advertising as well. But the secret that people are reluctant to talk about is that advertising is getting less effective. And that's why folk like NBC, which is the largest broadcaster in the States, folk at Amazon Prime are looking very, very closely at VPP, and they both, VPP, virtual product placement, and they both announced that in their new fronts last year. And let me dive into what I mean about advertising getting less effective. And I think we saw a bit of that with James's presentation, as well as how people today are getting increasingly adept at dodging advertising. I saw a statistic online yesterday that suggested that the typical American is exposed to 4,000 to 10,000 ads a day as they go about their daily lives. And further, there was another separate statistic that suggested that 75% of those are completely irrelevant to them. So when you're facing an ad load that large with content that irrelevant, it's no wonder that we've become quite instinctual in dodging ads. And that's across all media, even in things that you think of as being impervious, like live sports. A friend of mine in the summer, he organized a watch party for the men's finals at Wimbledon. We dutifully trotted around there, and every time we got to an ad break, he would speak into his controller and say, skip forward 76 seconds. Oddly specific time, but experience had taught him that that was exactly the time of an ad break, because we were watching on a catch-up. So we watched the entire match without seeing a single ad break. And it gets even harder to reach Gen Z and Gen Alpha. You know, I watch my son as he's playing video games on a console. He has a PS5. So he's playing video games on the PS5. He's watching a TV show on his laptop. And simultaneous to both of those things, he's also snapping with his friends on his mobile phone. And every now and again, on one of those devices, an ad will pop up, and you can bet his attention just switches straight to one of his backup devices at that point. So I don't know how many ads he's exposed to during the course of his gaming session. It's probably quite a lot, but he sees none of them. But because the ad server registers an ad being served, the advertiser gets charged for that, even though it has absolutely no impact. And so if you are a brand that can find a way of dodging ad blockers, of putting content, or putting your brands directly in the content, then you'll have a huge advantage going forward. And it works, right? So this is a campaign we actually did last December for Bailey's. And what we did there is we placed the bottle in 3 different Hallmark movies, Hallmark Christmas movies. And Diageo did some work, some analysis with a company called Game Theory to look at the impact of that. Those product placements only ran for a week in those, and then we switched them off again so that Bailey's disappeared from the shows. But during that week, they were able to measure a very distinctive and very material uplift in Bailey's sales. And these metrics here, those are relative to the impact of a traditional 15-minute ad break. So you can see very effective, very cost-effective, very impactful. And so we can take content. We have an ingestion engine that I'll talk about in a minute. And we can ingest it, and we can basically create advertising inventory, effectively, out of nothing, right? So that doesn't mean we're going to put a MacBook in Casablanca, and it doesn't even mean that we're going to put a Starbucks coffee cup on the counter in Central Park as well. Because another thing that technology has to do is it has to understand the contextual relevance and has to be sensitive to the environment in which it's being placed. And I'll talk a bit more about the AI in a minute, because I think that's probably the most interesting element for this audience. Let me skip over that in the nature of time. Building a model, you know, I mentioned that some of us have a gaming background, and so we understand how to build models, we understand how to place them in scenes. I don't want to skip over that too much, because there's actually quite a lot of technology in that. Not many people in this world are working with full broadcast quality content. Yeah, 8K content, 10-bit color depth, and so there's a lot of work in getting that right, and we shouldn't underestimate how hard that is. Here's an example of how it would operate in practice. You see here we've built 3D models for each of these 4 products, and we've placed them in the same scene. We've used our AI to extract the lighting from the scene. We've built a realistic 3D model, and then we've placed it in the scene. We've lit it, we've color matched it, and put it there. And so you can see, Fairy Liquid. Mostly European audience here, so probably you'll recognize Fairy Liquid. If I was in the US, no one would recognize that brand, right? It doesn't exist in the US, but we could put Dawn, a dishwasher liquid, dish soap in that same place. And before moving on from this slide, though, I think there's one other point I'd like to make. I don't know how many of you reacted to the fact that there's a beer bottle in that scene. In reality, our technology makes sure that can't happen, because when we ingest the content, the AI engine tags it with a whole bunch of metadata, and we can go into as much depth as you like on this, but basically it does more than see that there's a person in the scene. It understands what's going on in the scene. And in this case, we know we've got speech recognition in this. We know they're talking about going to school. We know it's the morning. We know there's a child in the scene. And so Stella would not even be served up with the opportunity to place this product in the scene. They wouldn't even see this placement opportunity. Product placement isn't as neatly defined as a 15-second ad spot, right? There are grades of product placement. Some will have more like focused attention, and some will be in the background. And so clearly we had to come up with the technology to understand where people are looking so that we can grade them. We have like a very simple bronze, silver, gold grading. And so that tells the advertiser what they're going to get, and it also tells the content owner, gives the content owner an indication of the value of the placement opportunity that they have, and so they can charge appropriately for that. And that doesn't mean putting the bottle right in front of people. Obviously, that would get people noticed, but it would also break the immersion, and it wouldn't be authentic, it wouldn't be contextually sensitive, and so that's something you want to avoid as well. At this point, I would love to run the scene in Wayne's World. I don't know if anyone knows the scene in Wayne's World where they're all holding the products up. That's something that we would never do, because that breaks the immersion. And so here's that technology in action. For Bailey's, this is one of the Hallmark movies. We figure out where the attention of the viewer is going to be, and then we find an appropriate place to place the bottle. And this is all automated by the AI engine, this engine that we call Scene Intelligence. It's more on the same. And the thing that the AI enables this whole business model, because without AI, we couldn't do this at scale, right? To have a platform that sells at scale to brands and advertisers, we have to ingest an enormous amount of content. We have to have an enormous data repository of virtual placement opportunities. And so you need to automate that in some way. That's what we're doing. And so Scene Intelligence is our AI engine. It brings the content in, it runs several passes through to understand the content. Like the first pass just detects where the scene breaks are and understands the scenes. And that's actually a surprisingly difficult situation. Like, for example, in many shows, there might be a scene in the kitchen, and then it'll cut to a scene outside on the road, say, and then it'll come back to the kitchen. And the engine has to understand that no time has elapsed in the kitchen. So that bottle of olive oil that you placed on the counter has to still be on the counter, still facing the same direction and so forth. So we run through for scene detection, then we run through looking for flat spaces where we can place products. So that might be a countertop, that might be the floor, it might be a wall where we can place a poster, or it can be a TV screen as well. So for example, we could actually place a currently running TV ad on the TV in the content, so it can be running, it can be topical and current. Again, allowing brands to lean into the cultural moments and to be nimble as they try to reach out to their audiences. And we tag each of these scenes, each of these virtual placement opportunities is tagged with 7,000 pieces of metadata that describe what's happening in that scene. It's terribly important to the advertiser to understand what's going on. Like, Head and Shoulders might want to appear in a shower, for example, in a movie. They probably don't want to appear in the shower in The Shining. And other brands have other requirements and controls that they put around it as well. And so scene intelligence absorbs all that content, it figures out what the virtual placement opportunities are, and then it squirts them into Sphera, which is our marketplace, which connects the advertisers to the brands. And I will speed up because I've got 1 minute left. So I will say that this is where we are today, and so you can go into Sphera, you can see your various product placement opportunities, and you can buy them. The ultimate vision, though, is to reduce friction to the extent that we can link this back into the demand-side platforms that media planners use today. And so we would be a seamless part of the media planner's existing workflow. And that's technology for the future. But then the media planner, as they are buying inventory for their new marketing campaign, virtual placement will just be one of the opportunities, one of the media that they can access. Excuse me. All right, I'll skip rapidly over these. This is the Bailey's example I talked about. Oh, this is just an interesting technology demo. Sales and their advertising agency asked us whether we could do something as complicated as a ring box and place it in content. And they wanted to see how quickly we could do it as well. So they didn't give us any content, they just said, go at it, how quickly can you return something for us? So we did this in 18 hours. And so this is just a technology demo. It never aired like this. But you can see here that it's completely seamless, even though you've got quite a complicated model with shadows, with reflections actually within the box itself, with self-shadowing. And because we built the model once, we can place it many times. So we did, of course. We placed it here as well. And I'll skip that one. Right, and I think we have a reel, but we're at time. So I think there. Thank you very much, and I will add more as we go through the panel.
Thank you, Chris. That was awesome. If you want to take a seat, we're now going to leap into a panel on the convergence of brands and advertising. So I think we're going to be joined by Carlos and hopefully Jessa, who's going to join us on a video link. We'll see. Tech allowing. Thanks for that. That was awesome. What's that?
It's working.
Yeah?
Test. It's working.
That sounds...
Hey, everyone.
So I think we may be beaming in another panelist from elsewhere, but for the moment, Carlos, it would be great to hear a little bit about you and what you do in this space.
Thank you. I'm Carlos Prada. I'm the founder of Massablogs. We are an accelerator. We are locals. We've been empowering the Lisbon ecosystem for 2 years now. And yeah, we're big advocates here. So we are trying to help a lot of seed round stage projects in Web3. We do some growth hacking, which is a technique we invented to create communities and stuff. But yeah, that's us in a shell.
Awesome. So I know, Carlos, that before founding Masterblocks, you worked in finance and architecture. Yes. What drew you to kind of marketing and strategizing for decentralized projects? Because that's,
Well, we try to find the best parts of traditional finance because I believe the perfect equilibrium between traditional finance and crypto is where you find the good alpha, the good outcome. So me as an options trader, I always work just on analytic levels and technical analysis, but then I use the creativity of the marketing side of crypto and the degen side that everybody loves, so you can find a good outcome. And I think one of the big narratives that come from that, it's RWAs now that are combining both of that, and applications on DeFi and settlements on the back end of banking systems, but then again using the creativity and the spontaneity of crypto,
I think it's really nice that you touched upon creativity because obviously, brands and advertising at its heart, it's all about creativity. And I wondered, Chris, what kinds of creativity is required to challenge and maybe engage the audiences you were talking about who are switching between screens and screens and screens?
Yeah, it's interesting. And I've outlined the business trajectory where we are today. But going forward, we've got this incredible database of real broadcast quality content, right? Tens of thousands of hours of content. And as you train your machine learning algorithms up on that content, you can derive all sorts of interesting information from content that people are normally oblivious to. And so we can start to do analysis of, what happens immediately before the ad break and how much impact does that have on the effectiveness of the ad in the ad break. So if there's a fight scene, does that mean that people don't want to buy what happens next? If it's a happy Christmas scene where everyone's handing each other gifts, does that mean people want to buy when it happens next as well? And so there's an immense amount of work we can do there on understanding exactly where to place ads in the content and to achieve the most effective placement of it.
Yeah, you mentioned it's a method that takes a lot more context and work and maybe kind of deep dives. But what other things maybe are holding brands and advertisers back from, engaging with AI or using AI, because it's such a buzzword, but I think there's fear too. What's holding people back?
It's interesting, yeah. I mean, the obstacle to us, I would say, so they're making it, let's talk about me. The obstacle to us, really more than anything else, is inertia in the advertising space. Advertising agencies have always worked this way. They want to continue working this way. I don't know if anyone here remembers the old advertising campaign, "No one ever got fired for buying IBM," and that's definitely showing my age. But that's rather what it's like, right? I mean, they have these massive advertising budgets, like tens or $100 million of advertising budget, and just experimenting with VPP doesn't really move the needle. So we've got to help them understand the advantages. And even as they're getting increasingly uneasy about the effectiveness of their core advertising, they're still, we just got to just move them forward and encourage them to experiment a bit.
Yeah, do you feel, Carlos, that's part of your work, is kind of inspiring and kind of encouraging the experimentation here? Yeah,
experimentation is the key. I think with the new GPT models, the best machine learning, you can also offset the overwhelmness that is happening with the keyword research, for SEO purposes and online advertising. So, for example, now ChatGPT has a new agent that you can build yourself, so you can feed it a lot of guidelines and data, and you can refine the keyword research, hence to optimize the SEO on advertising. So you can train the best sales trainee just with an AI agent for yourself. So say, for example, you want to sell a bikini brand, right? You won't find you won't just target people that goes to the beach. Potentially it could be people that is researching for soup receipts. So women that are actually trying to be on a diet. So that's how it goes on the creative levels. But before you had to do it manually. So now with AI and machine learning, you can just use all the data that you had before and now just machine learn your own bot. I think that gives an unlimited boost on your personal skills as an advertiser or optimizing those budgets and everything.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of go on to a little bit, user-generated content, because it sounds like Riff, is involved in user-generated content, but it's also quite a troublesome space, because there might be it could be quite wild in terms of brand reputation management and that kind of thing. How can brands maybe mitigate that when they are getting involved in user-generated content, which is exciting, but also risky?
Yeah, we've had some pilot projects with some influencers, but it's something that we think is actually going to generate revenue towards the back half of next year, is where it is on our roadmap. Short-form content, as I mentioned at the beginning, is very interesting because it's intrinsically agile, and a lot of these influencers are. There's only a very small number of influencers that are making money, and the rest are. But they have very tightly targeted communities, very specific. So for certain brands, they're an excellent way of reaching customers, and so we can place content in there. We can place brands in content, and again, the localization thing, I think, is one of the really important things. And we see, we see an opportunity for time-based campaigns as well. So for example, Pepsi-Cola is better as well. Pepsi-Cola might be running a campaign during the summer, and so the Pepsi can appear there. And then in the winter, they might want to be selling Fanta, and so we can replace that Pepsi can with a Fanta can. And so that means that the influencer, who often gets a lot of their views after the event rather than live, they can carry on generating revenue from their content on an ongoing basis. Pepsi can pay on a per impression basis, so they don't have to be there at the front. They know exactly what they're getting, and both sides benefit very much from that perspective. And I agree with the point about brand safety, though, and that you have to put guardrails around it. I talked briefly about guardrails, but yeah, that's that point as well.
I think also one of the biggest advancements we thought when GPT came up, when AI popped up, that it was going to be used on data science and a lot of more technical level development stuff, but actually it fueled a huge new era of like creativity, right? So with like the rendering and the capabilities that you have now to generate images and text, also like copy, that also is gonna like shift the market in the future. Because before you had to hire a lot of like illustration artists, even like you see it on Pixar, even on the movies, like all the rendering features and like the creativity, it's getting easier because of these tools that are facilitating the things that had to be manual. So we don't know how it's gonna like play out, but I think like with the power that you have now to do like images on demand and copy, it will like also influence all of these things.
Yeah, I just thought something else relevant to that as well. We're doing some work with a major video game brand at the moment as well, and we're going to be placing, I have to be careful not to say it, but we're going to be placing content from that video game into that video game in a number of almost completely independent video placements. And back to James's point about communities, I mean, video game communities are, the ground zero for Easter eggs. And so we're effectively placing Easter eggs across all this content, and we hope to generate a tremendous amount of enthusiasm by just having a random poster for this game in the background, something relevant, reward, all sorts of things like that. So there's a huge opportunity with that overlap of fandom and user-generated content that we can really leverage.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a really exciting space there. Carlos, you mentioned, and I wanted to go back to, there are some roles, like some jobs that have certainly been made easier through AI, creative jobs that, make ads and that kind of thing. How can we ensure that humans stay in the loop?
Great question.
Doing what they're best at?
Amazing question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, so in my industry, which is Web3, when it started, I thought like the writers were going to be like out of job, right? That's what I thought. Like, I mean, nobody needs writers, nobody needs like PR people to write stuff. But actually we saw that the model is still like very young and very wrong. So the human touch, as I said, like it's going to boost the talent of each person as an individual, as a writer or like a graphic designer or whatever. Like even those AIs that can create websites, they're not like actually tailored for the people. Like, I mean, that's like super random. So the competition is going to rise a lot. So it's not like people will be out of jobs, but now it's like a natural selection. So just the best will be there to manipulate, to operate these AI tools, So yeah, it's not like taking the job from humans. It's rather like natural selection, personal opinion though.
Yeah, I mean, hugely important. I mean, one of the differentiators that we have is obviously the data repository I mentioned, but also the training of those models as well and understanding those. I didn't have time because I only saw the cover of New Yorker magazine last night for the first time, but it's incredibly relevant for the concept of training these large language models. And we're actually working with Human Protocol on this as well to help us make sure that our models are the best they can possibly be. Because at some point, you do need humans to make sure that you're not outputting garbage, right? I mean, the model extrapolates based on what it's seen before, but it sometimes might draw the wrong conclusions based on what it's seen before, and you have to make sure that humans are in the loop at some point. And so, yeah, we're in technical discussions right now with the folk at Human Protocol to figure that one out.
That's really exciting. I guess, we've got a couple of minutes left now, and we talked briefly about, creativity and fusing, advertising brands with that creativity supported by AI. What would your advice be to maybe brands or advertisers who are still hesitant but maybe want to experiment a bit? How can they safely experiment without putting their hearts on the line?
I'm personally biased because I'm in Web3, so you always need to be on the verge of innovation. So of course, like try to make the best out of the next tools that people will unveil and create. But in general, I mean, keep the essence of like respect like the human like creativity and like brilliance, But yes, I always stay on the verge of the tech and the trends and everything that happens. It can go also for other industries like trading, Like, of course, like the models are getting better, like for chart execution and stuff like that. And execution is a very big task because it needs to be fast. But like the mastermind behind that, I mean, keep the line straight on the operator and like the leadership. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think from our perspective, there's a couple, you can ring fence your experimentation, right? You could find a small community, you could find an influencer with a very defined community and experiment there. And then of course, because it's dynamic insertion of products, you can do it over a short period of time as well, right? You only need to run it for a week. And then like the Bailey's folk did as well. And then you can see what happens, and then you can decide how you extend that out from there as well. So, yeah, you can make sure that you don't do anything that riles up your community accidentally, like some alcohol brands have done in the last 6 months, bizarrely, I mean, whether we agree with that or not. But you can ring fence your experiments so that it hopefully doesn't generate controversy.
Great. Well, thank you so much, both. This has been really fascinating. I've loved hearing about Riff and hearing about your work, Carlos. So I really appreciate your time today.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks
all we
for your
have time
questions.
for. Thank you.
Cheers. Yeah, cheers.
You just want to lead off that way. No, thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, that's fun. Thank you.
So I think we might have time for a quick break now, although Cyrus looks ready to roll. Yes, maybe you are ready to roll. Okay, let's do this. So next up, I'd like to introduce Cyrus Fazel, who is the CEO of crypto wealth management system ecosystem Swissborg. He's going to guide us through the future of crypto, and will then welcome our panel for a discussion on the democratization of decentralized finance. Cyrus, the stage is all yours.
So I'm going to talk about something really fascinating. I'm going to talk about one of the most interesting subjects that we all like to talk about is sex. Fortunately, he's not going to talk about the SCX, but the CEX. And for this, maybe it'll be great to have my presentation, if that's okay. While waiting for the presentation, maybe I could wake up a bit and shake up the little lovely community that we have here. When I say Swiss, you guys say Borg, so I say Swiss, Borg, Swissborg. So Swiss, Swiss, not too bad, not too bad, not too bad. Still waiting for the presentation, if you guys don't matter. Yes, still not. So I think that today, and when we're talking about what's happening on the planet, there's definitely a lack of something, which is decentralization. You know, we see very, rightfully that whether it's the US, China, Russia, or whatsoever, there's a lot of people that are fighting towards one goal, and it's their unique goal. Usually it's their currency, it's their state, it's their energy, but there's a lot of different states that are looking for one thing, is the control and the power. And I think so many people that have been believed very strongly how crypto could change essentially how we interact as people, but as countries, is how to decentralize essentially the world. And for this today, I'm going to talk about exactly what it is what is happening in the crypto industry, which is not perfect yet, is there is a lot of centralization. And one of the big points is the cartels itself. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about first how the cycles started with crypto, how it has evolved, and essentially how is Swissborg playing a different way, and how this new sex, or the better sex, is actually the mix. So 2017, who has participated in any ICO? Raise your hand. Many people. Well, that's good, great crew here. If you guys remember, in 2016 and 2017, it was really an era which was very amazing about crypto, right? We have multiple different cycles, but the one of 2017 was very different from any others, I would say, where you just saw a lot of projects making a lot of noise, and that thanks to blockchain technology, they were going to change the world. And you really see a great amount, essentially, of projects. There was actually over 10,000 ICOs that happened between 2015 and 2019. So when you think about it, it's quite crazy. And of course, within one of those beautiful bubbles, you could see there was essentially Swissborg. Swissborg itself, I think so, what we've always tried to achieve is how we as a community could create a big difference in becoming financial free. This has been really since the day one, is how do we tackle this together as a community? So for this, we were very fortunate to do a great ICO with 23,000 plus people that participated, 149 countries, so pretty much every place in the world. And we raised 52 million Swiss francs, which is obviously a very big amount. Recently this year, right after FTX just fell down on their knees and brought us to the deepest point to crypto that's been tested, we were fortunate enough to actually do another crowdfunding this time, not about tokens, but actually about investing into our main company, Swissborg, as a shareholder. For that, I want to thank, of course, the entire people that have participated. Over 17,000 people have invested into Swissborg through our platform, of course, and to be essentially shareholders. And for this, we raised $23+ million. Thank you. But not everyone has done the same thing. And if you look what has happened in the span of 2019 to 2023, there's been a lot of investments that has made into crypto in the private markets for these new companies. A lot of VCs came in, a lot of private equities, a lot of different firms, super investors were able to invest into a lot of different projects. But if you look in terms of ICO itself, there's been a very small amount actually of ICOs that have happened, or IDOs or ITOs or whatever you want to call them. There's been a very small amount. And I'm not saying here that VCs are bad and community fund rounds are better. I'm just saying that there's a big change from what happened in 2017 that has happened actually in 2021, a cycle that was very different. And the great thing about these community fundraise is that very often you got investors that are able to become then loyal, essentially users. And a lot of projects that have raised a lot of capital in, let's say, 2020, 2021, they did get a lot of money, but they had a lot of struggle to essentially onboard users. And there was really more that unfortunately didn't work very well. So what's next for crypto? Before asking this question, who believes we're in the bull run? Raise your hand. No one believes we're in the bull run? Okay, well, I'm the only one. So at least that's a bit good. And talking about bull run, if you guys don't think we're in a bull run, Bitcoin itself is the best investment year to date. There's nothing that's done better than Bitcoin itself, and of course, other different cryptos. Sex is not sex anymore. And I think so this is something that should be very, very important to remind ourselves. Is that sex have a great play, and there's some better sex than other sex, there's no doubt of that. For those who don't know what sex is centralized exchange. But very often the problems that you have with sexes is that they have their own token listing, right? They have their own essentially agenda for this. They have as well stable coins. You'll find USDT on one platform, you'll find USDC on another one, you will find Tether on another one, right? They all have obviously their strong bases because essentially they have interest within this huge industry, which I repeat again, has made over $1 billion for some companies within the stablecoin industry. Last but not least, as you guys know, if you're on a SEX and you're on Binance, there's a very strong chances you're going to have a lot of support if there's any projects that are on BNB, for example. If you're on projects like Solana, you might be on with different ecosystems. But all in all, there's always been a very huge agenda, which is not very much the best thing about crypto. The crypto should be accepting multi-chains, multi-stable coins, and token listing should be really a transparent way where the community could actually take care of listing the future tokens. 2 weeks ago, I was very excited to be at Solana. Myself, I never really believed in Solana. The reason is that I didn't like Sam Bankman-Fried. 2 years ago, he was on the same stage. Just never liked the guy. We had many things that were different, were misaligned, and therefore I thought that Solana was very much attached to essentially FTX itself. But what I've learned with Solana, which is very similar to what is Swissborg, is that when you put a lot of pressure on some people usually, especially in crypto, have a very good way of saying, okay, there's too much pressure on me, I'm getting a lot of bad thing, my token is down 90%, well, I'm just going to go to another company and do this same thing on. And multiple founders, and with respect, they do it. It's just how the nature of crypto is. It's very easy to go from one project to jump to another project, and this is what it does. What I've admired very much with Solana is that it went exactly the opposite. A year ago, day per day, when Solana breakpoint happened, FTX exploded, and essentially everyone said that Solana was dead. And I personally thought Solana was dead too. Fortunately, we have very smart engineers at Swissborg, and regardless of those news, they're saying, no, Solana is here to continue. What I want to share here is that we're very fortunate that we finally have been working very hard on Solana to finally build a trading system that could get to our dream. 7 years ago, I made a video saying I feel the urge to merge the off-chain world and the on-chain world. So how can you take the data and the financial system from the regular world and put it onto DeFi? Thanks to Solana, we did exactly that same dream, which today now, thanks to Swissborg, you could go from Forex to centralized exchanges to eventually decentralized exchanges. And you do that within just a snap. And the good thing about what's happening right now with Swissborg is that you're able finally to use blockchain as a software to buy and sell and to trade in general. And the great thing for Solana is that the more there's volume of Swissborg, the more volume we're bringing in on-chain to Solana. So all in all, are we the new FTX? Definitely not, okay? And when you compare the two guys, I don't have this ego. I don't think we're the same people. And I'm not going to jail anytime soon. And I do love Solana. I don't want it all. So what is Swissborg today? Swissborg could be considered as a MEX. And a MEX is a meta exchange. It's not a centralized exchange. We took the best of the both two worlds. Very often we want to go in one direction and we think the opposite direction doesn't work well. But very often we finally realize that if you take the best of those two worlds, you're probably giving the best user experience, which is fundamental what Swissborg believe what has to happen to get to mass adoption is to provide this very good experience. In this case, what happens is I exchanged 100 Swiss francs, essentially, to buy Helium tokens, which is a decentralized physical infrastructure network on Solana. Here you see that first the trade goes to 100 francs to convert into GBP. Then the GBP is converted on a centralized exchange on LMAX to buy the most amount of Ether. Then that Ether and Binance finally gets to buy some SOL and USDC. And then on a decentralized exchange, we're finally able to convert all the SOL into Helium tokens. This is fucking cool, guys. Not because it's transparent, not because it's just, it looks really cool and you're getting the best price, but essentially you're finally able to process from fiat to crypto by using, again, Forex centralized exchanges and essentially decentralized exchanges. So you're really using, finally, blockchain. And this is something that's fundamental, is that through blockchain, there's this new spiritual state to how to decide between each other, how to interact in terms of governance. But it's very important to use blockchain. If you're just trading on centralized exchanges, at the end, it's good for redemption and for funding your account, but it's not what you're really looking towards. So now that we are this meta exchange and we finally could do things in a different way, how can we take advantage with this great philosophy and this technology to probably offer a better way, essentially, to look at token listing? If you remember at token listing since 2015, there was ICOs, and then there was listing on different exchanges, which was opaque. In 2018 to 2020, there was essentially this DeFi way, which was some VC and some launchpad, which was transparent. Then listing on sexes was very opaque again. Then in 2022, essentially it was only VC backing most of the time, and then listing on sex, which we never knew the rules again. And what we believed in 2023, which is paramount in order to bring back not only crowdfunding, but to bring a very amount of great users, of investors that we become users, is the next way. And the next way, what we believe is they'll still be VC, that's okay, and whatever their terms it's very good. They take a lot of risk, and they're probably bringing a big amount of capital. They maybe could help in strategy whatsoever, and I think they have a big role to play. So let's please include them, and I think so it's very important. But then after, what we need to make sure is to have a community that participates into a project. And why I'm saying that, because we've done that, and we've been very successful at that, is how you take investors to convert them into users. And more importantly, I think so how we want to do this, not only want to be transparent, I think so it's very important that we do it with the blockchain technology itself. So for those that are a little bit more technical, how does it happen? It's quite easy. We do it in 3 different steps. The first steps is that how do we essentially create a community, a liquidity bootstrapping that could be put deposits into Solana ecosystem, for example. This could be the token versus the Borg, or it could be essentially the token versus USDC that is within essentially different smart contracts. These smart contracts are held essentially on Camino, which is an on-chain market-making firm that then essentially does some liquidity market making through Orca, which is a decentralized exchange. And last but not least, when that is done and we have sufficient liquidity that is bootstrapped through essentially voting and as well as through funding that is completely transparent, that's completely done through the different decentralized exchange and market makers that again are on chain, very different from what's happening today in the markets, then you get listed on Swissborg. And like that, you know that not only we're listing the right tokens, but it's done in the right manner, and it's actually the community themselves that take the right decision to invest or not invest and to make list or not list this token through Swissborg. If you want to go through this, run through this the last time, if you're in an early project here, or if you're a more, let's say mature product, there's two different steps. For the very early projects, what we think was the best way to do it is how the people could start essentially staking their tokens versus another pool, right? So you always have two different pools. In this case, what we think, we could do different size. When we get to these brackets with these different size, that could be between $500,000 up to $2 million. It will enable people to essentially to lock those tokens for 12 months, showing again that people really want this loyal token to be used into the Swissborg ecosystem. This could then enable essentially people to get an APY on top of it. So people, they're not only depositing to get listed on Swissborg, but they're depositing and they have an interest to do that. And then at the end, what we could essentially do is make it listed on Swissborg. And I think so this is something that it happened with Binance a bit on the voting system in 2017, 2018. We lost it a bit, and now we hope that this is essentially the new way how you could do something on-chain and use really the mechanism of crypto and digital assets, how it should be done. So to sum up here, why Swissborg? I think so, we've been here now for 7 years in this market, which is, I think so, quite long for crypto. I think the second thing, which is very important, is what we really want to provide is something good for projects. We want to really make sure that these projects increase their visibility, their volumes through Swissborg. We want to show that as well. Today we have 800,000 users that could deposit into their own local currency with Swedish crown, Polish zloty, Romanian RON, Hungarian florins, and we could go fiat by fiat, but there's so many possibilities, and anyone within a fraction of a second could convert their fiat into crypto using the best routes, the best prices, and using blockchain technology. I think so the second thing, what we showed as well, is that for the users themselves, it shows that, again, I think so Swissborg, we have been able to really create an application that's user-friendly and that anyone here in the room or elsewhere on their place could be able to buy and sell and stake in a very easy way. Last but not least, we always provide a very transparent type of yield, transparent part of reports, and we do that on behalf of the 800,000 users that we love very much. And for that, yeah, that's pretty much it. I think so the new sexy way of going forward is the MEX, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Cyrus. If you want to join us on the couches for our panel talk, that would be great, and just leave your clicker somewhere on a table. So we've got a great panel now on democratizing DeFi. So if the panelists want to come join me, and then we can do introductions. That was great. Thank you.
That's good.
Thanks, everyone. So I think it would be great to, before we get stuck in, hear a little bit about yourselves. So if Max, do you want to start with an intro, a little bit what you're involved in?
Yeah, definitely. I'm still Max, and I'm still working with Human.
But we have a new audience members.
Yeah, I'm in charge of growth and adoption for Human Protocol, and I'm still excited to be here with you. Yeah, definitely, with my good friend Cyrus, obviously, and I'm a huge believer in Swissborg, so I'm thrilled right now.
Yeah, my name is Benedetto Biondi. I am the CEO of Volks Finance, which is the leading DeFi app on Algorand. And our protocol offers a set of DeFi tools that range from lending, borrowing, swaps, leverage trading, and liquid staking. So our mission is to build a DeFi protocol that wants to mirror the services and the user experience of a centralized exchange, but all trustless and decentralized.
Cool. I'm Stephen. I've been in the space for the last few years, but right now I'm Europe lead for the Crypto Oracle Collective. We work alongside about 55 different community chapters of Crypto Mondays, and we take all the talent and use that talent to advise our clients all around the world from things like fundraising, community, tokenomics, and so on. So yeah, glad to be here.
Cyrus?
Cyrus Fazal again, and very excited to be here.
Hey guys, I'm Nikolai Reinbold from CVVC and TV Labs. We are a Swiss-based venture capital firm investing in Web3 projects directly and through our own acceleration program. And TV Labs is, so to say, the ecosystem builder of our venture capital arm.
Awesome, thanks everyone. So before we get into the kind of how can DeFi be democratized, I'd be interested to know, whether you feel that democratization has started to happen. Are you seeing an evolution towards designing for specific communities and for their needs rather than catering maybe to everyone? And to what extent is that embedded?
Should I start? Yeah. Yeah, so I think the demo words, no, I'm joking. So I think if you check what Swissborg is doing, to be honest with you, and again, I'm a huge believer, but I'm saying that because it's real. They found the perfect way to onboard people, and I don't know if you can share that, Cyrus, but I know that I would love you to share the age of the user, the average age of people that are using Swissborg, because it tells a lot about you guys and what you've realized, what you've done in this world. On an adoption standpoint, so please, if you can share the metric.
Thank you very much, yeah. So during the bull run, it was quite funny. We had obviously a lot of users coming on the platform. And so it was like 1 to 2,000 to up to 5,000 per day, which is a huge amount. And congrats to the operations teams again. We had one very special cohort. And this cohort was 100 people, let's say, that would come on the platform and per week. And these people were depositing Swiss franc, GBP, or euro, whatever, converted into, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Swissborg tokens. And actually, these people were between 80 and plus. So as
80, like 80?
80, yeah.
Okay.
So first I thought it was a hack, and I was like, shit, they figure out a new way to do like fake IDs. And then we start calling these guys, and they're saying, no, we're buying crypto, and like, for your kids. They're like, no, our kids don't know anything about crypto. No, it's for our grandkids. That want to inherit essentially Ethereum, Bitcoin, and all that. So I was really excited to see that, you're able through a seamless experience, even on board elder people. Obviously, they were probably helped with their grandchildren. But you try to we try to capture let's say, to the biggest audience, which still doesn't have enough women here, but we'll get there.
I think that's really interesting that once you dug down into it, you actually found that the reason they were doing it is to have something to leave behind. And I wondered, how players should go about finding out the why of why people are investing crypto. How do you dig into the whys for your audience?
Why people are investing in crypto?
Yeah, I guess the emotional reasons, maybe why they're doing it, and
I mean, at the end, it's an asset class, right? Investing in crypto. Not sure if there's a lot of emotion behind. I guess in a few countries that are don't have like bank accounts and stuff like that, I think it's a great use case to use crypto. But I'm not sure if there's emotion if you're investing in crypto. Maybe you have a bit more experience.
I mean, it's a bit, crypto has this weird, I would say, there's these cycles that have like, what's crypto, and then crypto is cool, then crypto is hot, then crypto is my life, then crypto is my religion, and more than that, and then crypto is I'm the king of the world, and then crypto is it's quite cool, and then crypto is a fucking scam, and then let's sue Swissborg, they're motherfuckers, and all that shit. So you have those love and hate relationship that comes in and out, I would say, and when you're in these new highs, you start to share it to everyone, and then people only talk about crypto, I think so, and then that's how you have those, I still think that in crypto you have like really strong communities that are really concentrated into like even geographic continents, right? So like Swissborg was very big in Swiss Romandie. Now we're better thanks to our great partners, but we're still not like the #1 thing in Swiss German part, right? And I think so if you look at the social fi, which is I think one of the biggest themes for this next cycle, you see that there is in the States Farcaster, which is really one of the big, I would say, Twitter-like type of ecosystem that's very American. You have in Europe, we have, oops, forgot the name. What's the name, Ray Max? Thank you. Lens, Lens Protocol, which was done by Stani from the whole beautiful Avia team. And then you have in Asia, Cyber Connect, right? So it still has this weird community aspect that is still geographical based, and there's still Chinese blockchains, and then there's Japanese ones and all of that. So you still have those cultural background that goes with it.
I think I can add a bit on that because, in my opinion, the geographical part plays a key role because for developed country, for us, crypto is an investment, as we described why we are investing in crypto. And of course, investment means that I want a return later on. But in other countries, it is really a way of changing their monetary system. So, for example, I just came back from Argentina, and their stable coins, which is not an investment, is just going out of a deviated system that doesn't work in the country, and people are getting poorer because of the inflation, and they can't hold their currency in a stable way in their bank system. So stable coin are an alternative way to live better. So we need to make a bit this differentiation based on the country, because in many countries this is not an investment, it's more really a new way of living normally.
Yeah, exactly, and sometimes also crypto is a way to access to work.
Yeah.
I mean, human protocol.
Yeah, I guess, financial freedom, professional freedom, it's giving, people ways to change their lives in a way. But from a UX point of view, if we keep that in mind, that it's, being used for financial freedom, people might not be coming to it with any kind of investment knowledge prior to that. So what are the kind of watch outs or maybe tools that we need to be embedding to ensure that people come to it and understand it? Stephen, maybe?
Yeah, well, I think one of the biggest challenges is that crypto can mean a lot of different things. And I think we have to kind of make the effort to separate the investment part to the bank part, sort of. And I think lots of people are going to interact with crypto just because they are going to get paid through crypto, or they're just going to make their living off something related to crypto. Investors, on top of having a different mindset, and they're not interacting with crypto the same way. And I think one of the most important things also Cyrus said on this presentation is that most of the time, when you try to enter this game as an individual, you don't know that you're competing with people that are very powerful, and also that have access to tools that you never heard of. So I think this is very important to have access to tools and products that are kind of help you understanding what it's all about. And I think one of the biggest problems we had during the last bear market, the crisis with FTX and so on, is that people were putting their money on platforms that were using their money for both, and they were using the money for both, and no one told them that it's kind of a risky thing to do. So yeah, that would be my vision of it. I think we should say that again. Crypto is not just investment. Crypto could also be like getting paid for any work you're doing.
I think that also it's very important to think as the infrastructure of the new financial system that we are building on blockchain is still a very innovative field. So if we think through the evolution and, for example, people that got hurt and using centralized exchange, and maybe they are coming back now and they think more wisely and they are going to use a DeFi app because they don't want to have any intermediary that can be dangerous. So the DeFi apps evolved over the years that 2 years ago it wasn't the same as now, and more secure, more reliable, more easy to use. So right now, who is entering and wants to use blockchain apps, Web3 apps, is going to have a much better experience and reliability compared to a few years ago. So I guess who is entering now, it's going to have more tools that can use to leverage their crypto holding as an investment.
I think it's also our responsibility as founders and as advisors, wherever you're sitting in the industry, to really hold the hand of whoever you're working with, and whoever's in your community, just like see where they are in their crypto journey, whether they're early on or kind of have had a few years of experience and know what to look out for, because like even the simplest thing, unless you're educating your community, could really affect their experience and their likelihood to come back if something goes wrong.
Now, I feel like we might have some questions in the audience, so I'm going to just pose that. So if you've got any questions, put your hand up and we'll have the roving mic come. But if not, I'll keep asking questions over here. None for the moment. Okay, that works. So I guess, Stephen, I know you've said that your job at Crypto Oracle Collective would be a lot more straightforward if organizations and clients you advised had kind of better UX. So what would be the watch-outs or missteps maybe that you'd like to advise them?
Yeah, I suppose because I've been quite community-oriented in the roles that I've had in the space over the last few years, my major piece of advice is just kind of gathering that user feedback and then making those changes in real time as much as possible. So whether it's just something as simple as not meeting the support requirements for the community, just really focusing on that a little bit more from the Discord server or on social media, being much more responsive to the community, even if you think it's a stupid question that they're asking. I guess that's a major thing from my side.
Yeah, being allowed to ask the stupid questions.
Yeah, no question is a stupid question, right?
I think builders need to think in a way that is, we need to build such a easy-to-use app that we don't really need education. So this is very important, and for us, it's we do education because it's needed now, but we think forward on having an app that is going to remove all the barriers. So for example, now we are expanding cross-chain, and the way we are building it is that by leveraging messaging layer, you can build up that no need to select the network you are transacting it with. So the end user is going to connect just using their most favored wallet and doing operation on different blockchains, but they don't need really to be aware of it. So the app has to be just as simple as possible, do the operation that you want, being secure that it's reliable, but no need really to bridge, select the assets, and all this part is very friction. And I think it's important to try to remove this friction.
So, Nikolai, you have said before that scalability can really get in the way of kind of seamless apps. Why should the seamlessness maybe come first in this space before scaling?
So, I mean, scalability is obviously, it's super important, right? But I think to understand the whole market and the UI, the UX for the community needs to be there before you can scale any project. And so in order to get mass adoption and people into the space, I think seamlessness needs to be there before you can really scale. And I think you see this in all the bigger projects, what happened, and then scalability is here.
So we've got 30 seconds left. If there are any questions from the audience. Okay, there are questions from the audience. Fabulous. Yeah, Scream, do it.
Sorry. So I see that there is a question of democratizations and accessibility of all the people. I wanted to have your point of view. So we are not talking at all about savings. We are much more focused on the investment part. And if we take out the risk and think more about the long term, so the word savings could be a way to develop the accessibility for all kind of people. What do you think about the possibility of savings in the crypto world?
I mean, there is already, right? If you're able to stake some of your USDC in different protocols, you'll be able to get some yield. Obviously, the yields in the last year were really bad compared to the free market risk. So, you know, there's different cycles that will bring probably great interests, but as well risk to it. I think so the next big thing for this is how you get more into real world assets and be able to get exposure to, like real estate and things like that. You know, we talked about this for now 8-9 years, so I know it's a boring topic, but it will get there eventually. I mean, there's already Real IT and other different projects that are doing cool stuff. And it's a new way of funding again. It's a new way maybe to get future tenants or users of those buildings or hotels or whatever it is, those real estate things. And I think so that's going to be the one who's going to be able to figure this out, to do it technically, regulatory, and community is going to be a massive game changer, I would say, in this world.
Yeah, because
also,
like.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, for savings in Web3 to become like a mainstream thing, particularly in the DeFi space, and for new people to adopt that, I think adopting some healthy habits from Web2 companies, for example, like rounding up leftover money each month, right, and just encouraging people to create that habit of saving, that can encourage people to utilize DeFi more because they're getting possibly a slightly higher rate, but also, yeah, building up that habit so it's kind of beneficial all round. So I think that adoption of savings is happening, particularly in developing countries, and I think that's also where the biggest need is right now, but it's exciting to see where it's going to evolve there, definitely.
Well, I think that's all we have time for today, but thank you so much to the panelists and for our fabulous questions, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thanks, guys.
So I think we're going to take a quick break now before we come back with Sébastien Bourget with a fireside chat. So don't go anywhere. I think we're going to be a couple of minutes. Thanks. are delighted to have Sebastian Borget here for a little fireside chat with me. He is the co-founder and COO at Sandbox and president of the Blockchain Game Alliance. Should we take a seat? Yeah? So thanks for joining. How are you doing today?
Very good, thank you.
Good, good.
Great.
I guess I wanted to start with kind of where it started for you and the metaverse. So when did you first experience the metaverse and what was that like for you?
Well, it really depends on like how do you define the metaverse essentially. And for us, the metaverse is essentially defined as like this ability that you have with your digital identity, your avatar, to move freely between any of the virtual world and the platforms which is part of this more general concept. So it's not just one single platform, but it's really a myriad of virtual worlds where you can take your digital identity, you can take all your digital assets, your belongings, and use them freely without being constrained or restricted by one single platform or another. I think like fully experiencing the metaverse is still in progress. We are all working hard, specifically in the realm of like decentralized virtual world and decentralized platform to build the possibility of the open metaverse. And so what you need to be careful about is not to be driven not only by the marketing narrative. Some platforms are trying to capture the narrative of like we are building the metaverse while they are just creating a centralized platform where like with virtual worlds like Fortnite, like Roblox, like Meta back in 2021. So we're getting there. We're exploring with our avatars, and it's quite interesting to be part of that journey since Sandbox moved to blockchain and NFT 5 years ago.
So yeah, you mentioned Meta, and they spent 36 billion on Horizon Worlds, and you know, reports from August suggest that numbers dwindled to less than 1,000 daily active users. I guess, you know, metaverse efforts maybe feel a little bit stunted, like they're struggling a little bit. And so I wondered, you know, you've also talked about that in some interviews before. So should companies still be looking to dedicate budget to the metaverse or elements of the metaverse? And if so, where?
So, well, let me put it this way. Like, the metaverse is here. It's not going to disappear. That movement is in place. Like us interacting in 3D virtual worlds with an avatar, that's something that's going to be part of the future of like how we experiment, we connect, we engage with each other. We are not yet at the 100 of million or billion of user of audiences, but there's various companies in the space, including Sandbox, that are building the tools, the product, the content, and the ecosystem that will allow us to get there. And we recently passed at Sandbox over 5 million users with a wallet, so we're still one of the driving force to onboard users. That's a 20% year-on-year increase, so the metaverse is far from that, like from the user perspective. From the content and brand perspective as well, we have now over 800 companies in our ecosystem, more than 400 brands from around the world. Actually, when you look at the distribution between Asia, US, and Europe, it's actually being really driven by Asia, where 31% of the growth of Sandbox is happening. And we keep announcing new and new partners entering the space. So actually, we're seeing an acceleration. Just over the last week, we had Gucci launch a new space. So in fashion, they opened the Gucci Cosmos Lab. We have Bunny J with Peaky Blinder and Black Mirror. So major movie, TV series, content that's entering the space. We had many other content. I was in Turkey last week, and one of the largest game publisher and company opened a place called Social League Arena, which is like for football fans, etc. So it's interesting to see all those different verticals happening and coming to the metaverse to develop a new form of entertainment. So it's different from what you're seeing on other platforms, but it's the right time still to join, to experiment, because we don't know what will be successful, but if we don't start learning, if we don't start like being part of that early movement, then we'll be late to catch up afterwards, we're late to drive user attention, etc. And even though the metrics are not that high, there in a number of users, the engagement is very high. And that's something that a lot of brands and people who are looking at metaverse should take care about.
Yeah.
Typically, users in Sandbox spend 62 minutes on a daily basis, on average, exploring experiences, which is like a 20% year-on-year increase as well, as there are more and more content to do. Over 60 minutes. You don't get that much attention from users on social media or other platforms. Like, we're all into an economy of attention, but taking aside metaverse and Web3. Social network, Netflix, YouTube, gaming, we're all competing for user attention. And we have roughly 3-4 hours a day of the user attention. Are they going to be shopping with us, watching content, engaging, connecting, making friends, playing? So, like, I think there is really an opportunity with metaverse versus what you're seeing in traditional social media, where they spend less than minutes, like moving from one content to another.
Yeah. So I wanted to go back to your point about Asia and engagement being really high and it being, a place where people are really kind of hungry for these experiences. Why do you think that is, and what does it align with? Does it align with entertainment interests? A very thriving gaming scene? Why is Asia kind of the place that you seem really excited about?
So I think it's a combination of a little bit of all of that. Like Asia, so it's a continent. It's really, right now we're seeing in the top 5 countries, Hong Kong, Korea, Japan, Thailand, and the broader Asia, we can include even Turkey to some extent.
Yeah.
And they are markets that cater either to like having already a lot of creators or a lot of people who kind of missed the Web 2 wave or the mobile free-to-play wave and now are leveraging Web 3 to develop new experience and position themselves. We're seeing a lot of brands, and those brands can range from a various sector. Like we even have like finance and banking coming up and using Sandbox to gamify and engage or drive more loyalty for their audience. But of course, also we have like theme park, we have music with K-pop or J-pop or etc. We have fashion with iconic places like Shibuya 109 in Tokyo and so on. They are really keen to experiment, and something that Asia does very well also is like they are educating the users and the audiences by bridging between physical world and virtual world. I don't see that so often in Europe or in the US when a brand entering a metaverse and creating an experience also have like a physical pop-up store or some form of activation where people can feel what is the metaverse, how to create an avatar, get a feeling of like the experience, even workshop, speakers, etc. If I take an example, we had Lotte World Park, which is like the largest indoor theme park in Seoul, who both run an experience and an activation within the theme park, where thousands of people are driven by every day, and they launch a full game in Sandbox. We had also a very successful campaign with McDonald's Hong Kong, for example, which combined the metaverse experience together with something elevated as cultural, by being present into a museum exposition, involving street artists, doing collaboration, and having an event where they invited press, media, and other people to like really understand better how it all connects together. And
so
every McDonald's shop in Hong Kong also had the experience. People could see the voxel characters around, etc. So it becomes cultural, and that's something that I believe it's part of like our vision of Sandbox. It's how does gaming meets culture. So in a way, like being part of the metaverse, it doesn't matter if you're in the physical or virtual world, it's just part of the new normal.
Yeah, I guess moving into kind of that new normal that you're hoping for, which sounds like it's got some physical integrations as well. What would you say what does success look like to you in the context of Sandbox? What, maybe in a couple of years, would you say that is the kind of thing that's guiding you?
So, well, we should look at first what is our mission to define like what we consider as a success. Our mission is like how do we empower anyone to become a creator? So when I mean anyone, we literally mean anyone. Like we want to be inspiring you to give you the tools that are accessible so you can create those new form of experience without any kind of skill, without any kind of knowledge in programming, etc. So Sandbox, we have this aesthetic in voxel, sort of like digital Legos.
Yeah.
It's already a first starting point because it's very, it's so easy to use. Like you don't need to read the user manual to start creating content. Yeah. The no-code game maker has also been a very powerful tool to onboard plenty of creators in the space. Like not just existing programmer, game studio, etc. from Web 2, but a lot of people who never made video games and felt inspired and suddenly like could see their ideas come to life and be able to say, I made a video game, it made an impact in my life, it impacted other people around, it changed all my, my eyes and my opening of possibilities. And we want to make sure that it reach out broadly, globally. So we're not just focusing on US, but tapping into a lot of markets that have been largely ignored, bringing more inclusivity, more diversity, bringing more equal and fair chances, thanks to like this creation platform. So success will be defined in onboarding millions of creators who might do like simple games to very successful experiences, but earning a portion of revenue. So it doesn't need to be only millions of dollars of revenue. If you can earn like pocket money, but you have this pride of, I did it myself, I made new friends, people came in, played, and I discovered new skills and possibility, I think it can be considered as a way of success. And so ultimately, we hope in 10, let's say 10 years, 20 years, we will be at the level competing with existing Web 2 platforms like Roblox or Fortnite. Not to say we have millions of users, but tens of millions or hundreds of millions of users. And the technology will have democratized even more content creation and accessibility.
Okay, so yeah, you're kind of hoping that maybe in 10 years, like you will be, Roblox and that kind of thing will be your competitors. They'll be kind of...
They are already our competitors.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more one way than two ways, but they know we exist. It's interesting to see how they're also reshaping the narrative of metaverse, that finally they consider NFTs or like a true creator digital economy to some extent. And we also part together of some working groups, like the Metaverse Standard Forum of the Open Metaverse Alliance, where we try to define how that vision of like metaverse with interoperability of assets, meaning like allowing digital content to be able to use across different platforms, will actually be feasible beyond just like the dream of it, but the behind the scene technical work, the standards, the protocol to enable that. In a sense, like we love to think that Sandbox is a platform that democratizes creativity. So, and that is ultimately the future we're all moving forward. Not just Gen Z, but anyone should be a creator. We believe that every human can be a creator, and platforms like Roblox, Fortnite are already driving new creators, and Sandbox will also, hopefully will be there too.
Yeah. I was reading that Roblox, they've kind of shed like, some of their meta shell and now, report quite impressive increases in share value. And some say it's because they've kind of aged up and they've been netting like older users who maybe have a bit more, disposable income. What are your thoughts on bringing an older demographic to metaverse platforms? Where do you meet them? How can you welcome them in?
So, well, it's part of the strategy of Sandbox. So first of all, like bringing all demographic, looking at like all geographic, and like making sure that we're a platform that is inclusive of like culture, of heritage. People want to show like what makes their own country, their own culture important, and make it accessible to the rest of the world. If you look at Sandbox, we have this map for 166, 164 land, and that map, we didn't sell it all at the beginning, but we progressively curated neighborhoods. So small group of lands, either by thematic, recently Cinerama for movies, Infinite Pulse for music, Voxel Madness for gaming, but also by region of the world. One of the things that we do best at Sandbox is curate like Turkish-verse, Lion City for Singapore, K-verse, Mega City for Hong Kong and Greater China, and it works. Like brands love to come together, smaller creator being the virtual neighbor of larger, and representing their culture as part of this, what we call it, a new social discovery layer, as we all work to build that word together. And the second thing is the kind of brand that we bring. Like we don't just bring like hardcore gamer content or things that are hyper casual for young audience. We try to mix across entertainment, fashion, art, music, electronic music, experiences. And each one of them is actually driving by different audiences. Those audiences might start for their favorite brands, In Turkey, for example, Magnificent Century, which is one of the most popular show, even almost, or if not bigger than Game of Thrones, representing like Turkish history. They are fans from Turkey, but also Pakistan, India, etc. They discover it in Sandbox, but then after they have a lot of other content to explore because we have all those 400 global brands. And so when you put all together all those brands, it's also one of our strengths. And that's what makes Sandbox different from others. Like, there is no other place right now where you have also many different brands that actually collaborate in a way or another that allows their creator to take their official content and to remix it with other brands to make their own games. So they are opening themselves to co-creation. And even going further, we are going to encourage it even more by organizing game jams. So game jams are like video game competition, time limited, where fans and other audience can make games with their favorite IPs, and the winner gets published on the brand land. So the Sandbox will become really a creator-driven platform where like all those brands mix together, avatars as well. Like we have 19 collection of official avatars where people come and play. So it's becoming a modern theme park, a Disneyland where all those content mix up together.
I like that, a modern theme park. So I had one more question to close us off, but I know that you were a big gamer and maybe are still a big gamer now. Do you think that more C-suite execs should be gamers? And why is that?
Well, I think it's important. Like gaming is a great way, like for engaging, for learning, for connecting with others. Like there's no other entertainment industries that bring us all together than gaming. If you want to understand that next wave of like, and more importantly, if you're like a C-level person, a manager, you have somehow to get into it. Don't let just your kids play for you and say, if my kid like it, then I'll bet on it. But try to understand and even sometimes deconstruct. You already do that for more traditional products, services, and so on. So why not games?
Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you so much, Sebastian. It's been really fascinating to hear about Sandbox and your vision for it. So I really appreciate your time. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
See you. You just want to lean off this way. I'm going to do some more introducing. So yeah, thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Sebastian, for your time and honesty and learning. I've learned a bit more about Sandbox, and I hope you have as well. So I'd like to move on and introduce Philip Veiling to the stage, who is Director of Business Development at Polygon, who will be presenting on loyalty in Web3. Thank you, Philip.
Thanks. You. Hey, everyone. How are you guys doing? First of all, thanks to Human and you guys for having me. As said, my name is Philip. I'm with Polygon, the BD Director for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And today I want to talk a little bit with you guys about loyalty programs. But before we do that, maybe for the ones in the room that don't know about Polygon, what are we doing? So the mission is to become the value layer of the internet, but more easy, I would say, to scale blockchain to the masses. And probably even a week ago, I would have said like scaling Ethereum to the masses, but things have changed a little since then. So I don't know who saw the news, but last week we announced that we're collaborating with the Near Foundation on a prover to actually settle WASM chains also on Ethereum. And then actually, right now, as we speak at DEF Connect in Istanbul, we announced that OKX is building in L2 on Polygon as well. So a lot of consolidation happening here and a lot of scaling via Polygon, which is why I'm happy to say, our task is to actually scale blockchain technology in general to the masses. Then a little bit more context about what my team and I are trying to do. Basically, we are working with the big brands out there from the legacy space and help them to transition from Web 2 to Web 3. So the likes of Nike, Starbucks, DHL, Lufthansa's of the world, but also in sports, the ATP Tennis Tour, FC Barcelona. So these are the brands that my team and I are working with to help them move into the Web 3 space. And I think what's really important, what has changed, is that this, by now, is not a crypto stunt anymore. It's not a PR thing, right? But what these brands are really trying to explore is how to implement the blockchain technology into their business model, just like any other technology before, right? So they had to think about, how do I implement the internet into my business model? E-commerce, mobile, all these things. And now they look at blockchain technology just like any other technology to implement into their business model. So while we're going to talk today about some specifics of Web 2 models of loyalty programs and Web 3, there's so much more that I would love to share with you, but because of the limited time, we can't. So I can only highly encourage you to scan that QR code and have a look at the report that we put out there with our friends from Reddit, Salesforce, and MediaMonks about the future of loyalty. And I think, with all the insights that we have already working with these big brands, there's something for everyone in there. Now, let's actually dive into loyalty programs. And while we're not going to speak today about the specific content of one of these programs, I still thought it's going to be a good idea to actually start off with, showing you some of the names that we're working with, just to basically point out that today's talk is not theoretical in nature anymore. It's out there, it's live, and it's big brands running these kind of programs. So you see, for example, Starbucks. Last I checked, I think they have roughly 38 million customers signed onto their legacy loyalty program, which I think is one of the biggest, if not the biggest in the world. And they have launched Starbucks Odyssey in parallel as a Web3 loyalty program. Another one that was launched this year is with Lufthansa and the Star Alliance Group. I think their legacy program is in similar size, 32 million customers, something like that. And they have launched the Uptrip loyalty program in Web3. And then last but not least, here on the slide, you see Nubank. Maybe some of you don't know them, but they are actually the biggest fintech in Latin America with some 70 million customers. And they have actually created Newcoin, which is part of their loyalty program in Web3. So all to say, it's big brands, it's already live, and it's not a niche in terms of geography, because we've actually covered now the Americas, Latin America, the EU, and also Asia Pacific. Right, so now let's actually dive into what are loyalty programs, and then I want to talk a little bit about pain points as they exist today, and how blockchain technology can actually either improve upon them or solve these problems entirely. So first of all, a loyalty program is nothing else but a marketing tool, full stop, right? So what it tries to do is to increase sales, and at the same time, ideally, that's also why the name, to retain customers and make them loyal. And the reason for these big brands to do this is based on these numbers that you see there, is that customers are more willing to buy a product from a company that offers a loyalty program than if they wouldn't. Actually, 84% are more likely to buy a product from such a company. But then once they have signed on to a loyalty program, they also spend up to 3.5 times more, or they do 3.5 times more transactions when they are actually signed onto a loyalty program if they were not. So the incentive for a big brand is very, very easy to say why they are doing this. However, there's some irony to that, because these programs, if you're looking under the hood, are actually not really about loyalty. And that is also based on numbers. As you can see, that 71% of consumers actually have switched brands at least once over the last 12 months. So what that means is the people that sign on to the loyalty program 2.0 right now are actually more interested in transactions, right? In a transactional nature with brands. And that's actually the customers that are of least value to big brands. So another big thing that is really important for context why big brands are now looking into Web3 for loyalty programs is the upcoming generation of the customer base, which is Gen Z. And Gen Z is to make up 40% of the consumer base by 2026. And Generation Z, what they want to do is actually move on from purely transactional. They want to be engaged with brands. They want some exclusivity. They want some gamification. They just want more out of a collaboration with a brand and in return for their loyalty. So some brands already realize that, which is why they are already building these kinds of programs. And others, I think, should have a look at that starting now. The structure that I want to use now to go through is actually going through 5 pain points that exist now in the Web 2.0 world with loyalty programs, and then move to how can Web3 improve upon them. So the first pain point right now is that customer acquisition costs really, really skyrocketed over the last couple of years. And that is due to the deprecation of web cookies, but also because of changes in policies of operating systems like iOS or Android. The other thing is that return on advertising spend really went down. So that's a big problem for these brands, and we'll get to how Web3 can help improve upon them. A second pain point is that there really is a lack of engagement. You can see the number here that only 20% of the rewards that customers are entitled to are actually redeemed. And that's obviously not what you want to see when you're running a loyalty program. Pain point number 3 is that giving away free product, which, yes, is the value add that you need to bring to customers in a loyalty program, but that really eats into your margin. And with the problem of the customer acquisition costs going up and inflation over the last couple of years, I mean, these companies are all driven by their P&L and by the bottom line. So if margins are really hurt, it makes them overthink whether they continue running these kind of programs. Pain point number 4 is that partnerships are manual and the tech lift is heavy. What does it mean? Think about 2 listed companies that want to collaborate. That's a lot of legal work, contracts. They might be on different tech stacks. So it's pretty difficult. And then the last pain point that I want to raise today is that it's actually very hard to get a 360 view of your customer in a status quo, because they could be shopping your brand at a physical store. You have no idea who they are. Ideally, they are shopping in your own e-commerce, then you get some data, but they could also enter via a third-party application, and again, you have no clue who your customer is. So moving over to how does blockchain technology actually help there? And is it just a fad, or can it actually help? So let's go back to the first point, the customer acquisition costs. How can Web3 help there? So I think by now we all learned that basically blockchain is about removing intermediaries. And removing intermediaries always reduces costs. That's one point. But I think even more important is that the technology now gives you other options how to do customer acquisitions. Let's just bring up free mints or airdrops. And one, I think, a good example here is, and that's not even me being biased because it's not from our ecosystem, is a free mint that Manchester United did. The numbers were roughly 1 million fans actually signed up for that free mint. That means direct-to-consumer relationship for United to these 1 million fans, right? So I think that's something that's just new because of the technology, and it really helps bringing customer acquisition costs down. Then we had the lack of engagement. So we all know, because we are still part of a small community, that engagement usually in Web3 is higher than in Web 2 anyway. But obviously, you cannot hope for this to stay true once we actually scale for the masses. However, there is now something else also, again, through the technology, that we have provable scarcity in Web3, that we have true ownership of digital assets, and all that obviously makes it more interesting to engage with these kind of assets than in a world where you don't really own and where nothing is really scarce. Point number 3 was giving away free product, eating into your margin, which is a big problem. And I think the solution here is even a combination of the point number 3 with the margin, but also the partnerships. Because everyone is on the same tech stack, that is the Ethereum virtual machine or even the SVM or extended versions of that, it's really easy to pull off collaborations. And that, maybe as an example, again, not from our ecosystem, is that, for example, a hotel chain offered a discount to the holders of the Porsche NFT. The interesting piece here is that the hotel chain never spoke once to the hotel chain, to Porsche. And another example from our ecosystem here is with Lufthansa, that the language course online Bubble thought, you know what, the Lufthansa customer group is actually really, really interesting for us. So let's bring in the value add for the Lufthansa clients from our end, because it's really interesting to tap into that customer group. And obviously for Lufthansa, that was really interesting because the value add was not coming from their margin anymore, but actually from a partner. And that is only possible because everyone is running on the same tech stack, everyone is using smart contracts. So what before was very manual, right, and was very hard to pull off, now is super easy. And then the last point was the 360 view of the customer. So I think we need to admit that yes, technology still needs to evolve there, but the option of token gate experiences, whether it's in real world or whether it's on your own e-commerce store or via a third-party application, really gives you the opportunity that you can actually have a 360 view of your customer. And even if it's not personal data, but data that is coming from wallets, makes it enables you to actually analyze it and gives a lot of value. This is actually what I wanted to talk about just in terms of the programs of Web3. But one more slide that I want to show you is because sometimes there's the misperception in the market that Polygon or other protocols are actually building these products. We don't, right? But by now, because we have all these insights into these use cases, we have now a long list of partners that we feel are gold standard, that if you want to look into these kind of things, that can actually do this work for you. So you see names on here like Forum 3, it's the company behind actually the Starbucks Odyssey program. You see Syndicate on here, which is a tech stack behind the Nikes.Swoosh program. You have Hang XYZ, they are working with Budweiser in the US on loyalty programs. So all I'm saying here, there are experts now that existed in the Web 2 world to help you if you are a brand and you want to pull off a certain project in the Web 3 world, to actually realize all these improvements for your brands if you're interested in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. That was awesome. We're going to have a really quick break now, and then we'll move on to Sam Weeks, who'll be telling us about how Google Cloud fits in. So a couple more minutes, and we'll see you back here. Hi, are you Sam? Yeah. That was a very quick break, but we are back here with Sam Weeks from the Google Cloud Customer Engineering team. We're really intrigued to hear more about building beyond the hype and his work at Google Cloud. So without further ado, Sam.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Enjoying the conference? Yep, enjoying the weather? Pretty good weather. There's actually a massive storm in London this whole week, so it's pretty good that I'm here. So yeah, thanks for having me. So Google's been pretty present in a few Web3 conferences in the last year or so, and there's kind of a mix of awareness of that in the crowds, right? And I've even noticed that only today and yesterday when talking to people. And you can kind of sum it up by like 3 different kind of personas for how people react to Google being at a conference like this, right? The first is, oh, hey, good to see you again. Yeah, we saw you at another conference recently, and we've been playing around with some of your products, and yeah, it's really great to have you. Persona B, I did not know Google Cloud was involved in Web3. That's interesting. And then Persona 3, who's here? Google's here. What are they doing here? Get them out. So it's a bit of a mix, and I appreciate that. And I guess what we're trying to do is talk to everyone, especially those who are less aware of why we're here and what we're trying to do, and explain Google Cloud's position on Web3, how we're trying to help, the products that we're building, what our strategy is, that sort of thing. My name is Sam Weeks. I am, a Web3 technical lead in EMEA. I've been at Google Cloud for about 5 years. And I need the clicker to change the slide. Cool. OK, so I wanted to start with the Google Cloud mission statement for Web3, right? Good place to start. And it goes like this. Google Cloud wants to become a great option for developers and companies building Web3 products and services, OK? And by great, we mean enabling the best in terms of non-functional requirements, basically, to talk tech language. So that would be make things as fast as possible, as performant as possible, make things as reliable as possible, make things as secure as possible. By developers, primarily, we mean you guys. We mean the Web3 natives, the actual Web3 ecosystem, okay? We will go and talk with enterprises, of course, but in terms of product strategy and what we're building it for the Web3 native ecosystem primarily. And for the Web3 products, here, actually, we're pretty unopinionated and intend to stay quite unopinionated, provided something is ethical and legal. We're pretty much happy with you building it on top of Google Cloud, and we actually want to stay as out of the sort of opinion of what Web3 should or shouldn't be as we can, and just be a platform for others to innovate on top of, okay? I'll explain that more as we go through some of the slides. So, yeah, we've been doing stuff, if you like, for a good number of years now, but some of this has been kind of organized, and some of it's been fairly disorganized through community-led work, if you like. It kind of goes back to about early 2020, where the first big piece of work we did was when we joined the Hedera Governing Council. And there's been some other pieces of work done. We worked on the CBDC initiative with MIT. We had a partnership with Block One. We worked with Dapper Labs. But all of these were basically done by interested Googlers acting outside of their brief, okay? Like, we had no team, we had no structure. It was just people wanted to get involved and participate. And so it was good to see that we were able to still do these things without any kind of like formal team. And people got aware of all this work that was going on. And in the end, around the end of 2021, the CEO of Google Cloud, Thomas Kurian, decided to build an actual team, an actual product team. And that got announced in January 2022. And we now have a Web3 product and engineering team, okay? So it's been going for a while. That's actively building Web3 products and services. There are 2 that we have announced. Only 6 months after announcing the team, we announced our first 2 products, one of which is called Blockchain Node Engine, and one of which is called Blockchain Analytics. I'll talk more about both of those in a minute. But we're an active engineering team, actively building products that are focused for Web3 use cases. After the announcement of those 2 products, we were then able to form sort of more strategic, more commercial relationships with some of the bigger players in this space, like Solana, Aptos, Coinbase Polygon. The Coinbase piece of work got a lot of press, actually, because it was one of the things in there was it enables anyone to pay for their Google Cloud bill with crypto by going through Coinbase as an intermediary. And we're trying to be as active as we can, actually, like on the ground, in the conferences. I'm here today, clearly, and we've been, going around many of the conferences. See, we had quite a big presence at Token 2049, and then top right, that was earlier last month, CV Summit in Zug, Switzerland, and that's actually me looking a little bit nervous sitting next to Jordi Baylina, the co-founder of Polygon, on a panel. Don't quite know how I ended up there, but whatever. And then the bottom right, it was only a couple of weeks ago, that was a ETH London hackathon event, which we were the main sponsor for. So yeah, we are trying to get around, we're trying to say hello to everyone, we're trying to work out where we can fit, where we can work with people. And I also have a short video, which hopefully will play, which highlights some of the more recent work as well.
Aptos is a layer 1 blockchain. It's been designed with evolution in mind. It allows you to support all the use cases of Web3 to build applications seamlessly.
Flow blockchain is a layer 1 decentralized blockchain that is optimized for seamless consumer experiences as well as environmentally friendly experiences.
Solana was designed for high-performance use cases that require efficiency, low latency, low cost. And 140 billion transactions later, Solana is accomplishing this day in and day out.
NEAR is a layer 1 and a developer platform that enables extremely simple, secure, and scalable mass adoption of Web3.
Blockchain data is very complex. A lot of potential users out there are really looking for someone to partner with to help integrate their vision.
Developers are really a core part of the Flow ecosystem. The real magic happens when developers are able to build their vision for different communities by capturing the zeitgeist of the moment and meeting consumers where they are.
With things like BigQuery, developers in the ecosystem feel very confident.
Google Cloud is providing all of this middleware that is reading the data from blockchain, putting it into really easily configured ways, and then providing interface for people around the world to access this, fast and performant.
An area where I see a big wave of adoption coming is in gaming. They are seeking experiences that are not only fun, but also bringing new modes of play to their users.
As those experiences continue to improve, you need infrastructure and a one-stop solution. Google Cloud can provide that.
It's great to partner with Google Cloud for NEAR ecosystem, as it gives us a reliable partner to grow to 1 billion users and beyond.
What we're excited about at Aptos is to help bridge these different platforms, connecting the people together.
High-polished tools and safe interfaces mean that more people can create innovative experiences.
I think we're just getting started with Google Cloud. Everything from running an execution node on Flow to bringing more women and minorities into the Web3 ecosystem is very important to both of us. I'm very excited about the future of it.
Okay, so you get the idea. We're here, we're building stuff, we're partnering with people, we're looking to help. Thank you for having us, I guess. Hopefully this will advance, not play again. Yes, good. And probably the best way that we can directly help you right now, and I think one of the biggest ways that we can actually give back to the ecosystem is with our Google for Startups program for Web3. If there's one thing you do during my talk, is scan that QR code. Okay, I'm going to also put it up again at the end, but give it a scan. This is a pretty generous startups program. The headline is $200,000 US in credits to spend on Google Cloud on anything you like. And that's 100 grand for your first year, right? Completely free. And then the second year, it is up to 100 grand as a percentage of your cloud spend, right? Not only that, we've partnered with many, many other foundations and layer ones to give you access to their grants and their benefits once you sign up to ours, right? So it's one place to sign up, get eligible, and not only do you get access to our 200 grand, you also get access to loads of other great stuff from our partners. So it's an absolutely amazing deal. These are all the partners that we're working with, right? So sign up to ours, get onto here. All of these will also give you benefits as soon as you sign up to ours. You've got nothing to lose. I was chatting with Human only like 20 minutes ago, and they said it took them about half an hour to sign up. And not only do they get loads of credits from us, they got loads of credits from Alchemy and other people. So honestly, sign up. If that's the one thing you do, definitely sign up. OK, so what's Google actually doing then? What are we actually building? I mentioned those 2 products, Blockchain Node Engine and Blockchain Analytics. Let's have a little look at those. And in general, I think it's important to say that we plan to stay kind of down the bottom part of the stack. Okay? I don't think it's likely that Google's going to come out with some big opinionated service like some kind of UX service or some kind of wallet or anything like that. We're going to stay much, much lower down the stack. I don't think really it's right for Google Cloud to be super opinionated about what Web3 should and shouldn't be, actually. And also, staying down the stack actually plays a lot to our strengths, right? Google spins up like over 1 billion containers every day. We know how to do globally scaled, reliable infrastructure very, very well. We also know how to do large-scale data ingestion and gaining insights from data very, very well. And we think that's the best thing that we can bring to the community. So yeah, no one likes managing their own servers. Everyone knows that. For good or for bad, people now mostly run their servers on some kind of infrastructure platform, right? No one's running their website on a laptop under their desk anymore. It just doesn't happen. And the case is even harder with blockchain nodes, obviously. Like, the hardware requirements are much, much higher. Starting point, maybe a terabyte SSD for disk. Starting point, maybe a gigabit up to, in terms of network bandwidth. And it's just not accessible for everyone. And I think that kind of goes against some of the principles of Web3, to be honest. And by us creating some kind of managed service to help access to blockchain nodes, I think is a really good thing that we can do. So the first product we have went GA earlier this year. It's called Blockchain Node Engine. This supports Ethereum and Polygon. And soon we'll have Solana, and there is a roadmap for other chains that we're going to support. So this is fully managed in the sense that we're going to provision it for you. We're going to do all the syncing. We're going to do all the patching, all the upgrades, all that sort of stuff for you. But it's still your node. It's single tenant node. So we're not splitting it. You're not sharing it with any other user. We're not limiting your access to the RPC endpoint. You get full access to the RPC endpoint. You get full access to the node. It's completely yours. Just that you get to take advantage of Google's network, Google's DDoS layer on top, and Google's SRE team, who are in every single region, who are going to keep it running for you 24/7. The next product we have is called Blockchain Analytics. This is in preview. And the story of this one is quite interesting. As I said at the start, we've had some kind of community-led efforts that have taken us to where we are now. And for those of you who don't know, for a long time, there has been some publicly accessible blockchain data sets within our data warehouse called BigQuery. So if you go to BigQuery, you can find many, many different blockchain data sets. They're there for you to use. They're actually some of our most popular public data sets that are in BigQuery. So that's great. But the problem with that is because it's community run and it's free, there's no SLA around it, right? There's no commitment on what our refresh rate to that data is going to be. There's no commitment on uptime. There's no SLA, and it's not appropriate for someone else to build their product that's a production-ready product that's serving end users on top of something that doesn't have an SLA, right? It's just not appropriate. So the first thing we've done is we've taken that and we've productized it. We've tidied up the data ingestion pipelines. We've made them faster. We've made them more reliable, and we've added an SLA around the product. So that's a great start to start with. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to give you some more access points to that data. So rather than only having an access point into BigQuery, which maybe has a lead time of like a couple of seconds, we want to give you some faster access points. So maybe you get a Cloud SQL access, which is much, much quicker than a second. Or maybe even we go as far as giving you real-time access via our messaging layer, which is called PubSub. So rather than having a table, rather than having to write a SQL query, you just subscribe to a message topic, and you just retrieve all of the information. And then directionally, this is sort of the vision of the product, is that once we've got those kind of foundational points in place, we want to see how we can extend and augment the data in helpful ways. So rather than just getting a big transaction table with like all the hashes and it's fairly obtuse as to what's actually going on, we'll go and do some sort of first stage analysis for you on that data. So we'll be like, okay, this transaction is for a smart contract. We'll go and get the ABI for that smart contract. We'll go and tell you what all the functions were within that smart contract. We'll tell you about the parameters, all this sort of stuff. So we'll do a lot of the legwork for you in terms of like unlocking the business value that's behind that data without you having to write any queries. So that's what we're really excited about with this product. That's all, yeah, this is still in preview, and some of those things I said are sort of roadmap and directional, but that's at least where we think we're going to take things. I'm just going to finish by mentioning Google Cloud's environmental credentials. I think, blockchain is still very associated with environmental challenges, and I think that's getting a lot better. Now we're moving away from proof of work, but I still think actually some of those claims are still valid. And I think the last thing, and probably the best thing actually, that Google Cloud can bring to the Web3 community is the fact that anything you run on Google Cloud is 100% carbon neutral, right? It's as simple as that. From 2007, we achieved this with offsetting, so we'd plant some trees. Since 2017, so 6 years ago, we did this without even planting trees, right? We made our own solar farms and stuff, and we, on a global and an annual basis, we create equal to or more green energy than the total energy that any of our data centers use. So if you want to spin up a blockchain node, or you want to access any of our blockchain data, or even you want to just search YouTube or search Google search, you know that you're not creating any CO2 damage because the compute required to serve your request has been powered by green energy. And that's something I'm actually personally very proud of, probably one of the reasons I still work here, to be honest. The difference, if you're interested, between 2017 and 2030 is that 2017 is measured on a global annual basis, and by 2030, we want to change that to be a local hourly basis, meaning at like between 3 in the morning and 4 in the morning in the Madrid data center, we will put equal to or more green energy onto the grid that's serving the Madrid data center than the energy that it's consuming. So obviously that's a very difficult challenge. It becomes a very, very localized challenge, and you have to rely on very complex things when the sun isn't shining and all these sorts of things. But yeah, move things to Google Cloud and you'll sleep well in terms of your CO2 debt to the world. Okay, that's all I have. I'm just going to bring up this again. Remember, 200K of credits plus many other benefits. If you sign up, the sign-up process is pretty easy. Please go and sign up, scan the QR code, and that's it. Thank you very much. I'll be around all tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sam. Do join us on the sofa for our panel discussion. Thank you. So this is actually the final Human Protocol panel discussion of the day before Mindstone AI takes the stage. So if you'd be able to think of some brilliant questions, there'll definitely be some time at the end for that. But I would love to welcome our esteemed panel onto the stage for a discussion on technology's roadmap to sustainable progress. Thank you.
Break it up. Oh my God, you have this sauce.
That's sick, aren't they?
I need a pair.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for joining us. Erica, welcome back to the stage.
Thanks.
So I guess, Sam, you got into some really technical concepts there, but I don't know if my mic is, sorry. But I think, ultimately I'd love to discuss, the meaning of sustainable progress for everyone at the moment. Kind of starting off. So what does sustainable growth as a business in Web3 mean in the current moment? Maybe Erica, you want to kick off with that? How is Adidas innovating?
Yeah, ask the brand who's perfected hype how to be sustainable, right? But honestly, it's a very good question, and it's something I have to ask myself all the time because I left the CMO role of Adidas Originals to go lead the Web3 studio for Adidas, and one of the questions our CEO fielded today was like, hey, is the metaverse over? Are we divesting? Someone actually sent me the clip because there's these headlines on Rolling Stones now that's like, hey, NFTs are dead. The space is over. The way I think about it is this. This is a brand new technology layer that's going to take time, right? It's going to happen in almost a lasagna of layers, if you will, and I like to use that metaphor because I think it's important. culture and creativity is going to come on top. And I think the hype cycles that we've seen time in, time out, anytime new adopted technologies are coming in, people get emotionally invested, they get excited about it, the bubble bursts, and then we're kind of like holding the bag, being like, where do we go from here? I think the hype cycle in this one is no different. NFTs have kind of come, people were using a lot of speculation, they jumped in the game, they probably got burned. We got too carried away with crypto and investing and connected to a lot of salacious and, let's just say, bro-y behavior, which I also think needs a rebranding. It was just bad, illegal behavior that needs to go away. The grifters need to go away. The cash grabs need to go away. And we need to get back to first principles. And I think as much as we can continue to talk about first principles, which was how to build a decentralized, democratized, and easily accessible way for people to create a new life for themselves, whether that's in designing apparel, in-game skins, avatars for themselves, DAOs that then can invest in projects that they care about as a collective, that should be something that we continue to focus on and allow these hype cycles to create kind of the waves on top. Because just the thing I'll say, there's so much noise and so much of the media is incentivized to create salacious headlines that's going to drive these clickbaits because we're in this attention economy. You just have to stay focused on first principles, and we're continuing to do that at Adidas, and it's an ongoing education.
I have to say, I got really excited with you being on the panel again, and I forgot to do introductions. So, Andreas, would you like to introduce yourself, and then we'll go around the circle, and then move back.
Yeah, of course. So my name is Andreas Schem. I'm Ecosystem and Operations Director at Human Protocol. And yeah, we basically are here to build new economies to enable people to build their own job markets in a fair and transparent way, which is why we are a blockchain protocol.
Yeah, hi again, Philip from Polygon.
Oh, was this an introduction?
My name is Andrew. I'm the CEO of a company called Delphia. Delphia at its core is two parts, a data DAO and a hedge fund. And we are building the data DAO in service of the hedge fund because we believe it's the best use case for our data if we're all going to participate in its economic value.
Cool. And I jumped into answer your question, but it wasn't a question, was it? I'm Erica Wixneed. I'm the General Manager and Global Vice President of Adidas 3 Stripe Studios.
And I'm Sam. I just bought you for 20 minutes. And I'm the Web3 technical lead in EMEA for Google Cloud.
So, Philip, I guess I wanted to ask, Gen Z are wanting to move beyond that kind of transactional, one-sided engagement you mentioned. To what extent is kind of sustainability of a business and its ethics kind of a deciding factor when they choose a Web3 brand to maybe invest with? And how can, we think about sustainability in that context of younger?
I think nowadays when you hear the word sustainability, we all think right away about ESG, but it doesn't need to be, right? So I love the point that Erica was making, and I think it also fits with what I'm seeing in the market. Right now, we are only left with the companies that did their homework over the last couple of years, that actually thought through, I mentioned it earlier, how the technology actually fit into their business model. So it's not a one-off, it's not a PR stunt. And maybe we can even bring some interaction here on the panel into it, because I listened to an interview of your colleague Vlad the other day. And I think what's super interesting here is that he shared that one of the biggest learnings for Adidas was something that you didn't even plan or expect in the beginning, which is that you have now this great community of ALS holders that are basically the most engaged fans of the brand. And what it brings with you is that you guys now have a focus group of the most engaged customers, which is, I don't know, have you planned for this? Or is it just something that, because everything is so new, that grew organically, which I think, back to the question, is something super sustainable within a brand.
So I think it's interesting we're talking about data and we're talking about this, because there was no data, but I had a lot of instinctual connections that showed me there's a ton of passion that was going on within Discords and with communities that were really, really caring, really caring a lot, to the point that they're putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into these projects, purely replacing the unknown with hope. And I hadn't seen something like that because you're not really getting something tangible yet, and the world isn't yet world building around that value proposition. And so I don't know now that I can tell you how we've backed into that being a KPI or how we've been able to say what it is, but all I say now is passionate communities, especially active communities, is where we see built-in fandom and hype. And if you can incentivize those people to be in your business model with you, there is built-in fandom and hype, and they will do your bidding and your brand advocacy, your awareness, your engagement building on behalf of the brand. And so we harnessed that in the beginning on intuition and instinct. Now I think the challenge, and we got this challenge from our CFO, is, well, how do you measure that? How do I know that your profile picture Alts by Adidas holder is more valuable than, let's say, someone who's a passive buyer of running shoes or someone who's going to come in and purchase products in the seasonal window? We're now still trying to figure that out because we're all in this company battling for funds, battling for attention, battling to get into the next World Cup and Olympics campaign. So I think that's something data, if you're interested in data and you have access to cloud platform, those are the sorts of conversations brands are having in real time to try to quantify that.
So Andrew, you're involved with Delphia and data DAOs. Can you tell us a little bit about data DAOs and maybe how it links with community building and education in this space?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think most people are probably familiar with the context of data in advertising, and there's been a number of reports about how our data is worth very little in that context, maybe a few $100s a year. I'm sure we've all read those. It gets more interesting, I think, in capital markets writ large. And the challenge is you just need a larger aggregation of data in order to derive some value. So maybe 1 million people co-locating their data or 2 million people. But if you sort of cross that threshold, you pretty much can displace an entire industry that's under the name alternative data that right now powers Wall Street and the like. And that industry is probably going to be about 135 billion by 2030. So there is quite a pool of capital available for our data, but it does require self-organization to get there. And a DAO is, it's a modern-day version of a co-op or a programmatic version of a co-op in many ways. I'm not trying to say they're exactly equal, but in many ways they are. And so it does have a lot of interesting properties to offer if you were going to sort of build against that.
Mm-hmm. And Andreas, with Human Protocol, it sounds like that's a new way of people sourcing work. How is the company managing to do that sustainably in a way that's fair and ethical for workers?
Yeah, absolutely. And to continue that thought, basically, DAOs enable something that we do as well, and that's collaboration at scale, right? And that is what we do. We enable collaboration at a scale we have not seen before. We have over 700,000 signups. People are thirsting for more things to do, for more things to contribute and to collaborate on various projects. And again, this is why we're here, right? We want to have even more projects with even more ideas, shaping the future, defining the path forward, and they can do so in a decentralized way, because that's really democratizing access, democratizing data, democratizing ideas, and we enable this as a framework, basically, so that everybody can build their own idea and see that come to life, so that they can basically do that in a sustainable way. We have seen projects, for example, in carbon emissions as well. Reputation on chain is a big topic, because sometimes, well, there's a lot of fake in reputation, right? And fake in reviews. And blockchain, in its nature and in its core, is, like you rightfully said, about trust, transparency, and that can help. But then certain big players might not be ready to hold a wallet or something like that. So I think there's still more in terms of the roadmap, what we need to put up there. And there needs to be some people that work on reputation, that work on different parts. But that is the great thing. If many people come together to collaborate on this project, we can actually be sustainable both in thought and sustainable in terms of carbon emissions, because, it's going more and more towards that, right, with ESG, with the taxonomy. And I believe that blockchain can play a big role for audits on chain, reputation on chain, contribution, everything is possible, and that is what we're working on, and that's what we are hoping that we can provide.
And how can decentralized networks within businesses help involve users and consumers in sustainable decision making? Is that something that we're kind of ready to put out to users to help them choose what happens next?
I mean, I have a strong opinion that so spiritually, in the long run, yes, I think that's where we're all aiming. I think we've been through enough trench warfare at this point to understand the limitations of that in the present moment. Being part of a DAO, or if you've been part of a DAO, period, at any point in the last few years, you'll have an appreciation for how difficult governance actually is. And so I would say it's extremely hard to get everybody on the same horizon of focus, let alone ensure that the activity level is sort of representative of the populace, right? And so I think it does offer the chance for involvement and participation and some degree of governance, which I think is think of governance almost like a dial. And I think over time, as we sort of root out some of the challenges, we'll give away more and more governance in a decentralized way.
And then I kind of want to build on also where you're going with it. I think, and I don't know if there's anyone in here that represents exchanges or marketplaces, but when I presented our business plan to our CFO about 2 years ago, secondary royalties was a big chunk of what was going to keep us afloat. That has fundamentally gone away thanks to the erosion of secondary royalties, which is a great incentive to getting consumers, creators, to using this technology, to utilizing, let's say, the exchange of NFTs if they're going to be doing secondary resale of clothing, of sneakers, of using maybe a more sustainable way in which you're going to do resale of the sneaker market or other sorts of products, because fashion is a huge consumption. Just the category as a whole is a huge, let's say, violator of consumption. And there are great ideas, but none of those ideas are ever going to come to bear unless we fix the royalties contracts and we make sure that that comes back into the picture. I just do not think we'll be able to do it alone on social contracts and handshakes alone inside the incentive structures. So I think the tech needs fixed. And I also think the social contracts and teaching people how to utilize chain and why is also something we can continue to do in our comms and messaging around the programs that we build.
So Sam, you spoke a little bit about Google and some of the ways that interests moved into kind of whole entire teams around Web3. And I wondered, what does it take for a big company like Google to innovate in a space and remain kind of agile when new technologies come as quickly as they do?
Yeah. So most people in Google think that Google is as agile as a small startup, but it's not at all. But it is more agile than the size of the company it should be, if that makes sense. So we do spend a lot of time in making quite large sacrifices in the effort of innovation, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's a very big place, and there are pockets of like extreme innovation and pockets of not very much innovation, as you would find anywhere. I mean, at the moment, actually, you can imagine, I guess, there's a lot of innovation around AI, generative AI as well, which is all over the news, obviously. Yeah, they've done very well to allow such a large company to be as innovative and fast-moving as it is, but it's not as fast-moving and as innovative as everyone inside Google actually thinks it is.
And what role do you think, kind of, like you had, you're rewarding startups and bringing in new organizations. What role do kind of up-and-coming players and also maybe people who don't know the space so well, what role can they play within a company to kind of change things?
Yeah, I mean, I think more and more Google needs to have a bit of a position of being a steward. I don't want to sound, I really don't intend to sound arrogant here, but like a mentoring role and just a sensible, like involved in policy, involved in protocol, these sorts of things. I think it's very, very important for Google within the Web3 space and in other spaces, especially the AI space actually, where things are moving very, very fast, and actually no one has been around very long at all. Google's been around only for 25 years, but that's probably one of the best that we've got actually, and we need to just be careful and slow, and I do think more and more Google is having this kind of trusted steward position, and I actually really respect Google for that, and I think we're going to need to see it a lot more going into this sort of new AI wave that we're about to see. I think a lot of it has actually kind of been created by us, with us, this sort of like open source movement was chiefly driven by Google. Again, something I'm very proud of, but now it means that we've basically democratized access to a huge amount of technology, and we've created a pattern whereby everyone else also releases the technology that they create, which is really great for innovation, but actually possibly quite dangerous for these things being used wrong, especially when these tools get more and more powerful. So yeah, I think Google's got a massive role to play, and I'm proud to work there, actually.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. So on that point of AI, what kinds of initiatives, and this is one for the whole panel, what kinds of initiatives do you think are needed to set the field of AI on a kind of more sustainable trajectory? Is that regulations from guidelines within companies? Is this more from high up a body? What kinds of things are you seeing that you think might be the future of regulation in this space?
In the space of AI, was that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of covered it, I suppose, but yeah, regulation, I'm very, very behind. I think it's very, very important, actually. I think also we need to make models smaller. They're way too big, and it's just the compute power required is just ridiculous. We need to spend much more research effort in working out how we can make smaller and smaller and smaller models so they can run on people's phones, this sort of thing. That's not really possible at the moment at large scale. And yeah, I think we just need to make sure that we work together and don't race for market share too much, because that is when the dial is going to get pushed. Ethics and other things are going to get sidelined or shortcutted in a race for market share, and that's when things go wrong.
Yeah, and AI, to me, in one word, is just going to enable efficiency. Efficiency. And I think it can be an awesome companion and assistant, to use Google words, to creators. And I would like to see us rebuild Web3 values again, where we start back with creators and supporting creators and the active communities and fans around the creative process and creative endeavors, because I think we need artists and designers. We need to have difficult conversations, and there's a great way to do that through art and through design and through style and fashion, and I think we need to rebuild those connections again through not only the smart contracts and technology. And then when it comes time and we can find product market fit again, I think Google's an awesome platform for scale. And to your point, that's how I think about Google, is scale, and AI as efficiency. But they also have a lot of great fundamentals for how to incentivize creators, like the YouTube business models that exist. So I think us as brands can look at that, and you as technology creators should be building for artists and creatives who don't want to have to think about the tech. Don't force them to think about the tech. Force them to think about their art and creating and utilizing your platforms to build cool shit that gets people to care about coming into the space.
I think my 2 cents would be, and +1 on everything you said, that we just see another normal adoption cycle, right? So it fits with everything that I've heard here. I think it's normal that a company like Adidas, which is very culture-rich, moves first and is early in the space. It's also normal that then a big tech player comes to the space and gives some structure, right? Yeah. So I think whether it's AI, whether it's crypto, luckily we just see a cycle happening here, and hopefully when we come back next year, 3 years, we'll just be further along in that cycle, and I'm excited to look forward to that.
I want to highlight one point, and that was there was this big summit in the UK recently, and while it is great, and I think regulation should be welcomed, because frameworks are always helpful, also for investment, so that they're safe to invest and there's not some crazy stuff happening that everything shuts down suddenly. There was a lot of fear-mongering as well, in terms of, oh my God, everything is going to shit and everything is going under and there's Skynet is being built soon. So I think there needs to be a balance between regulation, yes, but also between the chances that it has. And some people fear, for example, that, oh no, AI is taking away all the jobs. I don't believe that will happen for most of the jobs, because a lot of times you still need a human in the loop, because a human has the creativity. It can spot things in a different way. So I think it's rather a shift where you can see that humans can provide, can guide, and can get supported, but still need to review, to validate, to verify, to audit. So it's more of a transformative thing. And I think that's something that sometimes is very black or white, and either it's fear or it's everything is going to be awesome. Yeah. And I feel like there's a lot of nuance to it, as with crypto as well, there's regulation coming there as well with MiCA, etc. So I hope that every regulator just continues talking to all the people driving things forward in this space. And yeah, I think then we have a very future-proof outcome that I personally am very excited for.
Great. I think nuance and excitement is a great way to end this panel. So thank you so much for taking the time today. It was a great way to end the day for us. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. And thank you, audience, for listening. All right. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks. Thank you. So that concludes our final panel discussion of the day. Thank you so much for listening, and to all the day speakers for their contributions, keynotes, insights, questions. We really hope you're coming away having learned something about Web3 futures and how we can work together to better communities all over the world. Tomorrow is our second day at Newconomics, and the schedule is no less inspired and innovative. But if you're hanging around, we will be having Joshua Hole from Mindstone AI, who'll be managing the stage from very soon until 5 p.m. Until 7 p.m. tonight. So thanks all, and see you back here bright and early at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.